Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Good afternoon and welcome to this broadcast of high school softball on the PSP Network on a day almost so perfect. We're enjoying it for 2 games today after the weather we've seen over the last week and a half. The rain, the wind, and even some snow. It is sunny and 70 degrees here in the Magic City, and we're going to enjoy a doubleheader of big-time WDA softball this afternoon. The Minot High Majettes at 12-3 host the Jamestown Blue Jays at 10-3. This is a matchup of the top 2 teams in the West region in Class A softball. You're not going to want to miss it. Welcome into the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show with timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed. To stay in your car, drive-through oil change. It'll take about 15 minutes at any of their Valvoline Instant Oil Change locations in Minot or Bismarck. Also find them online at VIOC.com. And with that, we welcome you once again into the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. I'm Owen Patterson on the call for 2 today on the PSP Network. The Majettes and the Blue Jays squaring off. These are 2 teams that are separated by 1/2 game atop the WDA standings coming into today's action. Minot with a conference record of 7-1, Jamestown 6-1, and the Blue Jays, that one loss is their most recent one. Kind of a sour performance on the road against Mandan their last time out, dropping the first game to the Braves, and they were unable to complete game 2, a suspended game tied at 6 late in the 6th inning. That one might be resumed at some point, but the Blue Jays stumbled into Minot after one loss, snapping an 8-game winning streak they had going for themselves and racking up 3 first-place votes in the most recent high school coaches poll, sitting 4th, a 5-spot upgrade from where they were in the preseason poll. This is a Jamestown team that comes in with a lot of fire here to Minot against a Majettes team that's been picking up some wins recently. They split with Dickinson, the number 1 team in the state, over Tuesday on the road. That was their second loss to Dickinson of the year. They were able to bounce back in game 2 and pick up the win in a big-time performance for the Majettes to split that series with Dickinson and stay in the top spot in the West region. Well, as we keep on going with our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show, let's roll into our Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game. Over 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts and the factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. For Jamestown, there's something to prove. This is a team that has an overall record of 10-3 with that one suspended game against Mandan. 2 of those losses are coming to West Fargo, Cheyenne, and the rest have been against some Class B competition and some lower tier WDA teams. Not to say this Blue Jays team doesn't live up to their number 4 ranking in the state, but today could be a big game for them to prove themselves to the entire state here against Minot if they can take 2 on the road here from the Shields Complex. For the Minot High Majettes, they're going to have to rely on dependable pitching today. This is a matchup of a lot of good pitchers that we're going to see over the course of 2 games for both sides as well. For Minot High, game 1 starter again, of course, going to be Hallie Baker, who suffered her first loss of the season in a pitcher's duel that we'll talk more about against Dickinson as time goes on today in our broadcast. But Minot High going to need good pitching against a Jamestown team that's been able to put the ball in play a lot and even find the area behind the fence a number of times this season. Those are your Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game. We'll take a timeout here in our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show and return with the starting lineups and first pitch from Minot on the PSP Network.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Back in Minot for the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show ahead of this WDA softball doubleheader on the PSP network. Thank you for tuning in once again. I'm Owen Patterson on the call. Let's take a look at who's going to be on the field starting things off in game number 1. First, for the visiting Jamestown Blue Jays. Leading off and playing second base is Brooke Jackson, followed by Madeline Hoff, Tori Mack, and McKenna Nold. Batting fifth, the catcher is Addison Graves. Lucy Falk bats sixth and plays shortstop. The seventh spot, right fielder Sophia Bond. Batting eighth, playing third is Jordan Michelson. And Avery Graves rounds out the batting order. The designated player batting ninth, Elizabeth Nyhill, will play first base. And again, your starting pitcher, McKenna Nold. More on that in just a second. Get into her numbers as we get closer to her stepping into the circle for the first time. But as for the Minot High lineup, Ellington Anderson leads off playing center field. Taylor Falcon batting second, playing second. In the 3 spot is the left fielder Sydney Barch. Cleanup hitter is also the pitcher Hallie Baker. Avery Lundy starts at short and batting fifth, followed by Isabella Anderson, the catcher. Gabby Rohr, the designated player. She has been on fire from the plate lately. Jillian Ackerman bats eighth and plays third. And Journey Larson again rounds out the lineup playing in right field. Reagan Terrell gets to start at first. She will not be in the batting order for the Majettes. Head coach Gerard Cedarstrom and their starting pitcher Hallie Baker. Her numbers as we take a look at what she's done in the early part of this season: 8 games started, 6-1 record, in 36 innings pitched, a 2.72 ERA, just 14 earned runs on the year. Her first loss of the season came in her last outing on the road against Dickinson, as the Majettes fell 1-0. She allowed just 5 hits in that game against Dickinson. The 1 run came in the home half of the 6th, and the Midgets sealed it in the top of the 7th to pick up the win. That's your starting pitcher for Minot, Hallie Baker. She'll be in the circle to get things going for the Majettes. As for the Jamestown Blue Jays starter, McKenna Nold, 7 games pitched, 6 started, 6 wins on the year for Nold, 37 2/3 innings pitched. She's allowed 17 runs overall, 9 of them earned, and struck out 70. What a start to the year for Nold, a player who is really one of the best as it gets in our entire state from inside the circle. A 1.67 ERA on the season and a near 3 strikeout to walk ratio. It's going to be a pitcher's duel here in Minot coming up next, but first, it's time for our national anthem.
Stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Poise. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
It's time for WDA softball on the PSP network here on a wonderful Thursday afternoon from the Magic City. Hallie Baker set in the circle, ready to face Jamestown's leadoff batter, Brooke Jackson, the freshman second baseman for the Blue Jays, and head coach Mike Solis. First pitch coming up, and here it is, low and inside for ball number one. We are underway. Jackson, a freshman, followed by Maddie Hoff, also a freshman classmate in the top of the Blue Jays order. Again low and inside, that'll be ball two. Jackson head in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Baker does find the zone on the third pitch. He's not a pitcher that really needs to take too much time to get into games. She's usually right on point from the beginning. 2-1 count to Jackson, and the pitch misses again, and that low and inside spot to Brooke Jackson. Jackson ahead in the count, still 3-1. Baker trying to get back into the count. She does with strike 2.
3 balls, 2 strikes to the game's first hitter. First of 2. Glad you're with us from Minot.
Jackson batting from the right side. Awaits a full count pitch from Baker. It's up in the zone and just a bit out as Jackson will take her base. A leadoff walk for the Blue Jays brings up Maddie Hoff. Hoff again, freshman, starting in center field for Jamestown. She'll bat from the left side here against right-handed pitcher Hallie Baker. Runner on base and nobody out for the Jays.
174 for 23, but she has scored 18 runs. Why say struggle pitch is low and not going as
Baker misses on the first offering to Hoff. Jamestown's top of the order has been really productive at the plate. You look at the on-deck circle, and Tori Mack, we'll get into her stats when she comes up after this ground ball to second. That'll be a fielder's choice. The play at second base made there on the pitch from Falcon to Avery Lundy. Lead runner Jackson's taken off the base pass. Hoff will stay at first base. 1-on-1 gone here for Tori Mack. And speaking of Tori Mack, senior outfielder, .457 batting average, 24 runs batted in on the season. Swings at the first offering from Baker and pulls it foul. Mack senior, also 18 runs scored and 11 extra base hits. That's a team high in extra base hits. Tied for the team lead with 3 home runs. There's 3 players with such. The Jamestown lineup.
really bringing them in when the table has been set for her. Strike 1 to her, fouled at the plate, and Tori's down in the count. Strike
1 strike pitch from Baker. Another foul ball. Mack up there to swing. Makes some good contact.
Stolen their share. And Hallie Baker ahead in the count. Strike 2 to Tori Mack. 1 out, 1 on. We're just underway, top of the first.
Baker's payoff pitch, line down to left field. All the way into the corner. Extra bases coming up for Mack. She's going to extend her lead in that statistical category on the Blue Jays lineup and drive in her 25th run of the year. Hoff scores from first base. Mack settles in at second with a 1-out RBI double. And that'll bring up McKenna Nold. Nold, the starting pitcher for the Blue Jays. Looking to help her cause a little bit more here in the top of the first. Jamestown on the board first. Fouls it off the top of the backstop here. It's the Shields complex.
14 to 32, 4 doubles, a couple of homers. She's driven in 15. She's also walked 7 times. Tori Mack on second, 1 out. Jamestown up 1-0, top of the first here in Minot.
Baker continues to work inside the zone. That's now 6 in a row for strikes by Hallie Baker. We're back to a payoff pitch. Mack took the last one for a ride and an RBI double. Now to McKenna Nold. Nold fouls it off the other way.
Stays 0-2 to McKenna with Addie Graves on deck.
And based on her reaction to where that one landed, I think that one hit a vehicle over in the parking lot.
Left 200 and right, 220 to dead center, one of the two turf fields here.
The 0-2 again.
Strike two from Hallie.
Baker delivers low.
1 and 2. Minot State
A good miss.
also plays their home games here, so in a couple of years, the Jimmies will be here for conference action in the NSIC. And by the way, we'll keep you updated on Jimmy baseball today. They've already completed 2 of their trip.
Mack ready to run at second. Nold watches ball 2. Evens the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Looks like the 2-out hitting might be a strong suit of the Jamestown Blue Jays. As Nold, with plate discipline, watches ball 3, works all the way back ahead in the count, and it's full. Baker just 20 walks on this season, now in danger of another one, and missed it. And that'll be a walk to McKenna Nold, putting 2 runners on base for Addison Graves, another Blue Jay batter that can absolutely rake. 3 home runs and 6 extra base hits with a .581 batting average for Addison Graves, batting in the 5 spot and starting defensively behind the plate.
4 of 39, 3 homers, 3 doubles, 17 runs batted in, and 2 on base here.
Graves also first pitch swinging, long foul ball down the right field side and well out of play. This part of the order very nightmarish for pitchers. Mack, Nold, and Graves, and Baker's put both of the first 2 on board. Count even to Addison Graves, 1 ball and 1 strike after Baker misses the zone. Graves in the box and doesn't need a swing of that one in the dirt. Sliding over and making the stop is Isabella Anderson behind home plate. Getting the start at first is Reagan Terrell. Across the infield, Taylor Falcon, Avery Lundy, and Jillian Ackerman. Left to right in the outfield, Sydney Barch, Ellington Anderson, and Journey Larson. Hit in the air, sky high. It's just going to get behind the infield, coming all the way into the edge of the green outfield turf. And brown infield turf was Ellington Anderson to secure the 2nd out of the inning. And that is sure a big out for the Majettes as they take care of Addison Graves in that 5 spot, something not many pitchers and defenses have been able to do. That'll bring up now Lucy Falk, the starting shortstop. 2 on, 2 gone. Called strike 1 on the first offering to Lucy Falk.
You remember that was that grand slam in that big first inning in the first game against Minot North. 13 runs batted in for Lucy. Hallie Baker looking.
Blue Jays with 1 run across in this first inning. Majettes can limit it to that, and they do. Ground ball to Lundy. She flips to Jillian Ackerman at third to get the lead runner out, and after 3 outs completed, Jamestown gets 1, strands 1 in the top of the first. Back with more on the PSP Network.
The best part about working at the International Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Majettes coming up to the plate for the first time today. Let's meet the starting pitcher for the Jamestown Blue Jays once again, McKenna Nold. Senior right-handed pitcher. She's a volleyball commit to Concordia St. Paul Division II NSIC, but on the softball diamond and specifically inside the circle, Knoll has been impressive to say the least. A 6-0 record in 6 starts, 37 2/3 innings pitched, a 1.67 ERA, and 2.5 strikeouts for every walk. That strikeout number continues to climb each outing. It's up to 70 as she meets the Minot High lineup consisted of Ellington Anderson, Taylor Falcon, Sydney Barch, then Baker Lundy, Isabella Anderson, Roar Ackerman, and Journey Larson. A Minot High offense that's produced over 10 runs per game. They were held to just 1 hit in Game 1 against Dickinson. Game 2, they were able to get back on the bats and score 11 as they split that doubleheader with the Dickinson Midgets, winning 11-3 in game number 2. How they perform against another one of the state's top arms in McKenna Nold. We'll see Anderson first, the left-handed hitting center fielder for the Majettes. Ellington Anderson with an on-base percentage of .615, that's second highest on the team, only behind fellow Minot State softball commit Isabella Anderson. Anderson, as has become usual this season, shows bunt on the first pitch, pulls back as count starts 1 ball and no strikes in favor of the batter. Third baseman Jordan Michelson playing halfway down the line, ready for an Anderson bunt. Still, Anderson no need to show all the way around and put one in play as Nold's throwing around the zone. We'll get to the rest of that Blue Jays defensive lineup shortly. Anderson, open stance, will again show bunt, pull back, but this one's in there for a strike, and now Anderson ready to hit. And Addison Graves is the catcher. First baseman for Jamestown, Elizabeth Nyhill. Over at second is Brooke Jackson. Shortstop is Lucy Falk. Jordan Michelson patrols a hot corner at third base. Another pitch that misses outside. Anderson pulls back the bunt. The outfielders for the Blue Jays here in Game 1, Tori Max in left, Maddie Hoff in center field, and Sophia Bond starts in right. Behind McKenna Nold, who throws a 3-1 to Anderson. That's there. Strike 2. Anderson thought that was ball 4, like most people here inside the Shields complex. It was on the outer half, but it called strike 2. Get back in the box, put the bat back in your hands. Anderson in a full count. Now with Nold. Nold trying to win it when Anderson thought she had it. Instead, it's ball 4, and now Anderson gets to trot 60 feet to first base. Taylor Falcon will bat second after Anderson's 6-pitch walk. Still, Michelson halfway down that third base line about. Falcon sees ball 1. Anderson with a big lead off of first base. Gets a check there from Graves, the catcher. Anderson on the base pass. 8 stolen bases. That's tied for the team high with Sydney Barch, who's in the on-deck circle. Again, missing the zone, this time a bit outside to the right-handed hitting Taylor Falcon. Perfectly even .500 batting average, stays intact after the road trip out west. Had a big game against Minot North to start the week on Monday. His account's now 2-1. Falcon on an 11-game hitting streak, and that specific doubleheader against Minot North on Monday had 7 RBIs and 7 runs scored in just 2 games. Now Falcon looking to bunt. That's going to give an opportunity for Anderson to slide to second base. The throw is right on her helmet, but Ellington Anderson is in there in scoring position after her 9th stolen base of the season. That last pitch was a called strike 2, or strike on the bunt. Payoff pitch from Knoll, looking to get the first out of the inning. Nearly got a chase from Falcon as that one sailed up and out of the zone.
McKenna delivered 6 pitches to Ellington Anderson. This will be her 6th pitch to Taylor Falcon, too. Twirls the ball in her right hand.
Following the leadoff walk, Knowles comes back to Falcon with a swing and miss, chasing outside the zone. Knowles' first K of the day retires Falcon in a battle of an at-bat, and those two are going to be squaring off a lot today, you got to believe. And a lot of momentum shifting at-bats throughout this game today and game 2 as well. Again, Anderson getting a lot of steps off of second base as a pitch that was outside, watched by Barch for ball 1. Sydney Barch, the 3-spot hitter for Minot. She'll be followed up by Hallie Baker, looking to drive across Anderson here with 1 gone in the first inning. And there's a swing and miss, strike 1. Well, Nold has an arsenal of pitches to get the swing and miss. We saw that on how she retired Falcon, and now getting strike 1 to Barch on a pitch that drops out of the zone. Barch swings and misses on a pitch inside this time, unable to get barrel to ball, and now down in the count 1-2 to Nold.
Sydney Barch right back in, left-handed batter, and twirling that ball is McKenna Nold. Has it, fires.
Sitting on the off speed was Barch. Opposite field, foul territory, and making the catch is Lucy Falk. Stepping on that foul line and making the catch. Barch is retired, and there's 2 gone. And now a big-time opportunity for the Blue Jays to leave that tying run on base in the first inning. Hallie Baker trying to do the opposite. Nold to Baker. We know it's going to be a good pitching matchup between these two teams, but how about when they square off with one the pitcher and one the hitter? Nold, in her first plate appearance, drew a walk against Baker. Now has to face her from inside the circle. 1 ball, no strike count. That'll be ball 2 again.
Glad you're with us on Jamestown 107.1. Online at newsdakota.com.
Nold definitely takes her time inside the circle. This one also just off the plate and a little high, 3-0. Baker going to be patient with 2 outs. Strike 1 called. Nold looking to get back in this AB.
Twins had been struggling, but then the 3-win White Sox came in, and the Twins had their second come-from-behind win of the series.
Corners up for the Blue Jays. 3-1 offering. Inside, it's going to get behind the catcher, Graves, allowing Anderson to head to third base on the wild pitch. Now maybe a 2-base walk, but Baker is thrown out. The relay from Graves to Nold and over to second baseman Brooke Jackson's going to end the inning. What a way to end it for Jamestown after it looked like it would be Avery Lundy looking to bring across that tying run. Instead, the Blue Jays get out of the inning as Baker tries to take 2 bases on the wild pitch. Will return for the first inning, still in a 1-0 score. Blue Jays in front on the PSP Network.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shots Crossroads Field to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a Fuel Tracker card from any of our C-Store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the Fuel Tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
Jersey Mike's slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Well, after an eventful end to the first inning, Hallie Baker back inside the circle pitching to the Blue Jays' bottom third of the lineup, Sophia Bond, Jordan Michelson, and Avery Graves. After it was Baker who drew the walk with 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. It was a wild pitch over the Jamestown catcher, Addison Graves. Ellington Anderson took third on the wild pitch, but Baker, who has just walked, wasn't only content with first base, looking to get a little extra creative there and take second as well. The relay throw across the infield was able to end the inning. And the tying run ended up on third base for Minot. Luckily, it was just the bottom of the first inning. You got to believe that. Still got time for the Majettes to make up for that bit of an error on the base pass. 1-1 pitch to Sophia Bond is fouled off. And already Baker ready to unleash the two-strike pitch to Bond. Gets the swing and miss. That's the first strikeout for Hallie Baker this afternoon. Baker, who on the year has totaled 23 strikeouts to 19 walks. Now up to 24 after retiring Bond.
She's off to a good start at the plate. 412 of 30.
Jordan Michelson, left-handed batter for the Blue Jays.
13 walks, the left-handed batter.
She'll come up to face Baker with one out in the second. And 7-8-9 due up for Jamestown here in the inning. Thank you for joining us today for this high school presentation of high school softball on the PSP Network, brought to you in part by Prestwich Orthodontics, specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. Offers 0% financing and free consultations, virtual or in office. Enjoy professional treatment in a fun, relaxed atmosphere. Check them out at minotbraces.com. Counts up to 2-0 to Jordan Michelson. Michelson will watch strike one.
Then last Saturday in Castleton, they beat Central Cass 14-3 and Fargo North 5-2 before the loss and the suspension.
Baker comes back with a 2-1 pitch to Michelson. Found the outer half, and we're even 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Jordan Michelson has only struck out 3 times this year. She's down in the count 2-2. Waves the bat above her left shoulder. Hallie Baker delivers.
Michelson puts it in play. A little line drive to third base, and the play's made by Jillian Ackerman. Just in foul territory. That'll be the second out of the inning. Brings up Avery Graves. Baker trying to work on a 1-2-3 inning.
Their designated player, 1 for 7 to the plate for Avery.
Avery Graves, who gets the start in the designated player position, hasn't gotten too much action at the plate this year. Just 1 hit over her 7 at-bats for the sophomore. She has driven in 2. There's nobody on the base pass and 2 gone here in this situation. Counts 1 ball and 1 strike after Baker misfires. Graves then top here for the Blue Jays. They look to start something in the top of the second inning with 2 outs, but Minot puts an end to that. Ground out to Taylor Falcon ends the inning. 1-2-3 for Hallie Baker. Majettes looking to pick up where they left off in that bottom of the first inning when we return.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Thiel Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Thiel Toyota. Let's go places.
Well, Avery Lundy thought she was coming up to the plate in the bottom of the first with 2 runners on and 2 outs, looking to tie it or even take the lead for Minot. Instead, she'll come up for the first time in this doubleheader against Jamestown to lead off the bottom of the second inning for Minot. Sees the first pitch for a strike. McKenna Nold back to work after a first inning where it didn't allow a hit, but 2 base runners on 2 walks, did strike out 1, and got out of the inning on that pitch. Or sorry, that play described in the last inning. Baker thrown out trying to steal second. But back to the action here. No ball, 2-strike count. Nold on 3 pitches retires Avery Lundy via the swinging strike. That is the second strikeout for Nold in the game. Both of them have been via the strike. First one was to Falcon getting the chase. The pitch outside the zone. This time goes up to Lundy and gets the same result. Isabella Anderson is the batter for the Majettes. Leaves that one alone and is ahead in the count to start out 1-0. Another reminder, this broadcast of the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Ryan Family Dealerships. For 50 years, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. There's a base hit for Isabella Anderson, the first hit of the game for Minot. It'll be their third base runner. 1 on, 1 gone for Gabby Rohr. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com. Visit one of the 5 locations in Minot and Williston. Courtesy runner in for the catcher, Isabella Anderson. That's going to be Gabby Rohr. Oh. That runner is Cami Garris. Rohr instead getting the start at the designated player position. Rohr has been one of the pinch runners for Minot this season with 2 stolen bases and 12 runs scored. Instead, Gabby Rohr being used today for her hitting, which has been one of the best on the team lately. 6 for her last 10 and 6 RBIs over 3 games. Rohr, the junior, just 34 at-bats on the year. Swing and miss for strike 2. Garris stands on first base. She's been in the starting lineup in some games, off and on, for the Majettes over the last week plus. And that'll be called strike 3. Rohr retired on 3 pitches. And Nold not messing around in the second inning. 2 strikeouts. She also put one right in the zone for Anderson to send to right field. So it's been 2 strikeouts and the single in the inning. Nold now facing Jillian Ackerman with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Inside strike called to start off this at-bat with Ackerman. And Jillian starting at third base, as is the typical for her in the starting lineup. 6 extra base hits for the senior, the .341 batting average. 1-1 pitch from Nold. In there again for strike 2. Ackerman looking to keep this inning alive. Nold looking for a third strike out of the frame. Strike 3 swinging. It's the wave from Ackerman, and Nold heads to the dugout with her 4th K of the day. 3 of them coming in that second inning. Jamestown holds on to the lead 1-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go. Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
One time through the order for Minot High starting pitcher Hallie Baker. Allowed 1 run on 1 hit, did walk 2, and struck out 1 as well. She faces the leadoff batter Brooke Jackson to get this 3rd inning underway. Your score on the BNC National Bank scoreboard: Jamestown 1, Minot none. With locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. You can find them online as well at bnc.bank. 2-strike pitch from Baker. That was simple. 1, 2, 3. She retires Brooke Jackson on strikes, and there's one gone in the top of the third.
She grounded into a force out her first time, scored later on Max double.
So now Maddie Hoff will face Baker for a second time. She reached back in the first on a fielder's choice, which got Jackson out at second base. First ball of the inning from Baker. After the 3-pitch strikeout to Jackson, Nold really set the bar in the last inning for pitchers in this doubleheader. 3 strikeouts, did give up the 1 hit, but left the runner stranded on base. Sitting down Lundy, Rohr, and Ackerman all on strikes. Counts now 2-0 to Hoff. Hoff swings at that 2-0 offering and misses. Well, pitching really leads the way for a lot of teams in the state, and these two are no different. They have their talented offenses to go along with good pitching, and that's why they're regarded as some of the top teams in the state. Speaking of, there's a base hit for Maddie Hoff. She's reached base twice. Now 1 for 2 on the game. Another one-on-one-out situation for Tori Mack. She came up in the same situation in the first inning and made it count with an RBI double into the the left field corner. Down the third base line, another liner to short. It's caught on a first. Double play made for the Majettes. They get out of the third inning with no harm done. Now it's time to make up that 1 run for Minot High when we come back in the bottom of the third on the PSP Network.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Well, if you came here to see a pitcher's duel like we were expecting, you saw it in the second inning. McKenna Nold for Jamestown. She retired Minot batters 5 through 8 on 3 strikeouts. She has 4 in the game. Minot starting pitcher Hallie Baker in the third inning struck out Brooke Jackson, gave up the hit to Maddie Hoff, and then the defense made a play behind her. A line drive to Avery Lundy at short. Hoff was caught in between first and second and couldn't get back nearly in time, was doubled off, and that was the inning-ending double play for the Majette defense. They now try and turn that defense into offense to at least tie the score with Jamestown in this ever-important WDA matchup between top 2 teams, separated by just a half game. The reason for that half game, Jamestown's last game they were in action against Mandan was cut short due to darkness. A 6-6 even score, so couldn't even declare a winner after those 5+ innings. 2-strike pitch here from Nold. Trying to retire this is Journey Larson. Ellington Anderson is on deck. That one's just inside for ball 1. Larson, Anderson, and Falcon the order for Minot High. Larson's first plate appearance of the game. Anderson walked and was left on third base in that eventful first inning at the plate for Minot. 1-2 again from Noel. This time, catcher set up outside. Graves wanted that one on the outer part of the plate. Instead, the pitch ended up in the hands of Journey Larson. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, setting up outside, looking for the chase again, but right on the barrel and fouled away. Nice fight here from Journey Larson. Sixth pitch of the at-bat coming up next from Nold.
Second baseman Brooke Jackson playing right on the edge of the, well, not the dirt, the brown turf. The 2-2.
Nold fires a 2-2 way high at the logo of Larson's batting helmet. That'll fill the count at 3-2. Long leadoff plate appearance here for Larson. Journey ready in the right-handed batter's box. McKenna Nold steps, comes home, and gets the ground ball right back to Nold's glove. Barely had to move a muscle except to make the throw to first base. Larson is retired, and now the leadoff batter, Ellington Anderson, is back up to the plate. One gone in the bottom of the third. Anderson, who again walked and was left on third base. Back at the plate, looking to get things started again for the Majettes, now in the third. Jamestown ready for the bunt. However, Anderson doesn't show it and watches ball one. Anderson, who hit her first home run of the season in their last home game against the Minot North Sentinels. While you're expecting a lot of bunting and speed from the center fielder, also showed she's got some power as well in that bat. 2-0 offering from Nold behind the count. Now 3-0.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 3-ball counts now for McKenna Nold.
Anderson will wait.
Way ahead on this count at 3-0. McKenna has received a nice honor for her volleyball work this week. Catches the outside corner with a strike, 3-1.
Since he's strike one.
In the All-Star matches in June. Had a terrific senior year for the Blue Jays as an outside hitter. As the Jays made the state tournament again. That's 10 times in 12 years.
3-1 this time from Nold. Again, fools Anderson with that outside strike. It's been there the whole game, and it was on the first at-bat plate appearance to Ellington Anderson. Anderson on that attempt threw it all the way back to the dugout. This time stays put and gets ready to hit for the 3-2. Nold drops in for strike three. What a pitch by the Jamestown senior, McKenna Nold. That is strikeout number 5. First backwards K for Nold today. That's the second out of the third inning. And now Taylor Falcon with 2 outs, looking to get the rally going.
Who was the first strikeout victim swinging in the first inning is at the bat for Minot, their second baseman.
First pitch to Falcon. Gonna let that one go off the backstop. Barehanded catch there by Addison Graves.
Golf in action, tennis in action today for the Blue Jays. There was track earlier this week. We'll get to all that as we move along. It's time for
Falcon swing and miss. That's strike one. Saw a lot of that in the first at-bat between these two, and seen a lot of that over the course of the early part of this game from Nold. Getting the swing and miss. It is hard to catch up to her variety of pitches, whether it's the fastball, the rise, or even a bit of a horizontal break. Foul ball, strike two. Last year, these two teams split a doubleheader. Went 7-12 in favor of Minot in game one, and the Blue Jays rebounded with a wild 14-11 win in game number two. Payoff pitch sat on and driven to right field. It is going to drop, but in foul territory. Falcon, who's already on her way to second base, going to have to come back and face Nold once again. That second game of the doubleheader last year, the 14-11 win for Jamestown. The Blue Jays got up to 12 runs after 2 innings. They led 13-1 after the third. Minot High put on a serious comeback effort, but it was cut just short, losing by 3 in the second game. That Twinsville against Jamestown a year ago. That's going to be strike 3. That's going to end the inning with a punctuation point for McKenna Nold. 6 strikeouts, up to 76 on the season for the senior. Will return with the 4th in a 1-0 ball game.
26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside, accelerates to the 20, 15, 10, 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Hankey, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
McKenna Nold, who finished her last inning inside the circle with 2 strikeouts, now comes up to lead things off in the batter's box in the top of the 4th inning on the PSP Network. Thank you for tuning in. This broadcast is brought to you by our great sponsors that include the UPS store located in the Marketplace Foods Plaza, South Broadway and Minot, open Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 7, and on Saturday from 8:30 to 3. For all your packing and shipping needs, it's the UPS store. Count 1-1 between Baker and Nold. Minot pitcher versus the Jamestown pitcher. First meeting between these two was a walk to Nold. And that was in the 1st inning. Nold was left on first base after Graves, fly out, and then Falk's fielder's choice to end the frame. 2-1 pitch swung on and missed by Nold. Nold, we've talked about her pitching stats quite a bit. How about at the plate, batting .457? That's 3rd best on the team. Tied for a team high 3 home runs, 7 extra base hits for Nold. Counts run full here. What's it going to be with the count full? It'll be a walk to Nold. That's her 2nd drawn this afternoon. Addison Graves, who flew out to center field, looking to get on the board in the hitting department here in a big situation, as the Blue Jays, who picked up 1 run in the top of the 1st inning, have yet to really put much offense together since then. 1 hit came in the 3rd inning. That ended up being an inning-ending double play. Foul ball drifting to the right field fence there. Graves going to have to return with an 0-1 count.
Flying out in their first at-bat. And we mentioned the game against Fargo North. She had a
defense straight up against Graves, the batter. Bouncing ground ball to short, past the glove of Lundy into center field. That will be a single for Addison Graves. Picks up that 600-plus batting average on the year.
That was last Saturday. Now Lucy Falk.
Now the job to bring in the runs is going to be put upon Lucy Falk. Blue Jays freshman shortstop batting 6th. We've got a bat still on the field. Got to pick that up, and now we're ready to play again. Falk's driven in 13, has a runner in scoring position at the moment.
First pitch she throws here is low and inside on a fastball.
Blocked in the turf there by Isabella Anderson behind home plate for Minot this afternoon.
She's behind the rubber now. Slaps that ball back into the glove. Back on the rubber in the middle of the circle. Delivers a 1-0 pitch.
1-0 swinging by Falk. Another 2-hop ground ball to second base. And Falcon going to step on that second base bag and retire Graves, putting runners on the corners. A tough situation here for the Majettes defense with 1 gone in the 4th. Sophia Bond is the batter.
Now it's Sophia Bond. The Blue Jay right fielder struck out her first time. First and third now with one out.
Checked her swing at a pitch that was well low. Anderson kept it in front of her, preventing that third base runner from coming in. McKenna Nold. Also got to watch Falk at first base.
Top of the fourth inning here at the Shields Softball Complex in Southeast Minot.
Obviously, as the Majettes have pulled off many times this season, first and third stolen base opportunity here for the Jays.
Right now by a half game over the Jays. They're 7-1, Jamestown 6-1.
0-1 this time. Called strike two.
First pitch was a strike actually. And now this one's a strike and it's 0-2 to Sophia Bond.
That first pitch wasn't in dirt too much. It was a called strike one.
Baker fires again and it's grounded.
Ground ball to third base, and now they've got Nold in a rundown. She's going to slide back into third base, but she's going to be thrown out. Anderson over to Lundy, helping over there to cover third base. And that'll be out number two. Taking away the lead runner are the Majettes. Talked about it before that at bat. A tough situation as to where the play is going to be made. You field it, look the runner back to third base, and throw it on to first, and hopefully get that throw home. But instead, in that situation, Nold took a big lead off of third on contact. And a nice play there by Ackerman to get the lead runner out. But it's not going to matter here as Jamestown's going to add their second run of the game on a ground ball underneath the glove of Avery Lundy. It spills into center field. Jordan Michelson reaches base on a first pitch swinging. I'll put that one down as a base hit and an RBI for Michelson. One out RBI, making this a 2-0 score in favor of the Blue Jays on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. So we've got a new score here in Minot. Blue Jays adding to their lead and still an opportunity to grow it some more. 2 on and 2 gone for Avery Graves, who was the third out of the second inning on a ground out to second base. Grounder to short this time. Lundy to Ackerman, and that's going to be the end of the fourth. Jamestown gets one on a couple of hits. They also leave a runner on base in that top of the fourth. 3.5 complete here from the Shields Complex in Minot. Majettes looking to take away the donut on the scoreboard. Sydney Barch, Hallie Baker, and Avery Lundy due up in the home half of the fourth inning for Minot. Thank you for tuning into this presentation of high school softball on the PSP Network. Barch is hit by the first pitch of the inning. Starting pitcher McKenna Nold has not really had much of a control problem in this game. She has walked 2 batters, both of those in the first inning, and has struck out 5 of the last 7 batters she's faced. But on the first pitch of the fourth, hits Sydney Barch in the shoulder blade, and she'll head to first base with Hallie Baker coming up next. Quick meeting there inside the circle between pitcher and catcher. Addison Graves with the conversation.
That's not how you want to start an inning, plunking a batter in the helmet.
So facing the middle of the Minot High lineup, hit batter to lead off the inning, and now Barch will steal second base.
Just a little too late at second base. So a stolen base for Barch puts her in scoring position. Strike 1 to Hallie Baker.
9th stolen base of the year for Barch. She's in scoring position here for Hallie Baker, who on the year has driven in 27. Baker swings and miss. Nold working up in the zone and getting that swing and miss that has been such a big component of her success pitching this Minot lineup. It's the put-away pitch here from Nold. Gets another swing and miss on a nasty 0-2 offering from Nold to Baker. Baker is retired, bringing the strikeout total for Nold up to 7 innings through 3 1/3. Now we'll face Avery Lundy, who also struck out in her first at-bat. Lundy was busy in the defensive side in the top half of this inning, making the inning-ending play on a ground ball from Avery Graves, threw it over to third, and got back in the dugout for the Majettes to try and get on the board here. Our Northern Plain team in their keys to the game talked about their pitching, and the pitching's been good. Hallie Baker's been solid inside the circle. Just another strong outing for her this season, but now it's going to be on the offense to try and bring home that first run against Nold, and maybe with just one, and start to flood in some more. 2-0 pitch from Nold. Make it 3-0 to Lundy.
Monday night, the 10th will be in West Fargo at Horace High School, and the one on Tuesday, June the 11th, at St. Mary's Central High School in Bismarck. Avery Lundy up on the count here, 3-0. McKenna Knowles next delivery, and
Lundy watches strike one. Sydney Barch with an incredibly large lead off of second base and walked the whole way there. Already saw Minot have a bit of an issue on the base pass in the first inning. Wouldn't want to see that again. 3-1 pitch. Lundy misses it. And now, just as I was saying on the last pitch, too big of a lead from Barch, and now she's in a rundown and eventually is going to get tagged out. And that is exactly what I spelled out after the last pitch. Barch with way too big of a lead off of second base, whether it was to try and get a throw down or whether it was just get a better read on the chance that Lundy made contact with it. Heads up play by Nold, who I know recognized it on the last pitch as well, walking back to the rubber and saw Barch still 2 steps off the base. This time does throw back to second. Heads up play by the Blue Jays defense. Give them the most credit there. There is a walk to Lundy. She's eventually going to win the at-bat, but with the bases empty, that puts her on first base with 2 outs now for Isabella Anderson. And while the Majettes had quite the opportunity with a runner in scoring position, and with a walk to Lundy, that would have been the tying run. Instead, the tying run now at the plate.
McKenna Knoll, can she get ahead of a hitter here? Not this time.
Ball in the dirt. Anderson with the lone hit for the Majettes. And that was in the second inning. The other 3 batters Nold faced in that frame, all retired by the strikeout. Other way, base hit for Anderson. Lundy will stop at second base. They move up the line now. Gabby Rohr, who's 6 for her last 11, a dependable hitter in the bottom third of the Majettes order, comes up to the plate to face Nold as we get another courtesy runner, as that's Garris again replacing Anderson on the base pass. Anderson 2 for 2 with 2 base hits. Lundy on second, Garris on first. Rohr at the plate, 2 outs in the inning. Again playing well up the line at third base is Michelson. Retreats on the swing by Rohr. She missed it. Nold starts the count with a strike.
First and second, 2 out. How big is that play where Barch was leading?
0-1 this time from Nold to Rohr. Another swing and miss. Chased one low, well low, just on top of the turf.
She's only seen 5 pitches, and she's in danger of being struck out twice. Nold up 0-2.
Lundy gonna get a big lead off of second base here on the pitch.
McKenna strides, delivers.
No swing here from Rohr. Good discipline there. It's 1-2.
Lundy on second, Garris on first with 2 outs.
Another payoff pitch coming up from McKenna Nold. Left field playing deep, so is the right fielder for Jamestown. Another ball Nold finishes the pitch on the third base side of the rubber.
Roar stands back in. Nold back on the rubber in the middle of the circle.
Middle infield deep here. Roar, swing and miss again. She's retired on strikeout for the second time in this game. Minot High plagued by base running errors. They put a 2-out rally together, unable to get a run to show for it. It's still 2-0. Or headed to the fifth on the PSP Network next.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
This broadcast of high school softball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Minot State University. The best way to predict your future is to create it. With over 100 areas of study at Minot State, earn the degree for the career you desire. With more than 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education, MSU grads get jobs, period. 1-0 pitch from Hallie Baker to Brooke Jackson. Jackson, who showed bunt, went around, and the count's 1-1. Back to the top of the order for the Blue Jays, and Brooke Jackson, who walked and struck out already in this game. Now down in the count 1-2 is Jackson.
2 runners lost on the bases by Minot. 1 in the first and 1 in the fourth. 1-2.
Jackson, one of 3 freshmen in the starting lineup for Jamestown. Foul ball. Is it playable? No. Off the netting here above the home plate bleachers. Very nice attendance today for Minot High softball. Good contingency as well in blue apparel for Jamestown. And also some folks behind the right field fence out there. You like to see it. Another foul ball, same spot. More of a souvenir this time as it misses the netting. Set up the chair there thinking maybe I'm under the netting, but that goes to show you got to be ready. 1-2 again to Brooke Jackson. Jackson fending off a pitch well inside. Off the barrel, or sorry, off the handle. As we began the top of the 5th inning. Jamestown with 1 run in the first, 1 run in the fourth. And their starting pitcher, McKenna Nolt, has pitched quite a game so far. There's a strikeout for Baker. The Majettes try throwing it around. It ends up in right field. That is the first out of the inning. Second time that Baker has retired Brooke Jackson. Good way to start this 5th inning. Jackson followed up by Madeline Hoff. Hoff's reached base twice. Fielder's choice in the first, and on a single in the third. Hoff hasn't been able to score just yet.
Jimmy's tournament baseball next week for you here on Jamestown 107.1. Next pitch, swung on and missed 1-1.
Hoff misses on the chase.
We had planned to bring you action tomorrow and Friday from Jack Brown Stadium, but they're having to play 3 today.
1-1 pitch.
In anticipation of a rainy weekend, missed inside 2-1. So next Thursday, we don't know where we'll be yet. It hasn't been determined, but we'll be wherever the Jimmies are in the first round of the GPAC baseball tournament. And that'll be here on Jamestown 107.1 a week from today. 2-1 pitch.
Foul ball down the left field line. It'll stay inside the fence. And this at-bat continues with a 2-2 count. Well, the Jamestown Blue Jays with an overall record of 10-3. They've got one game still in progress. See if they can make that one up against Mandan later on. 6-1 in conference play, and they're off to a really good start this season, sitting 4th in the coaches poll with 3 first-place votes and a half game back of Minot in the WDA standings. This is the team replacing the 2023 State Senior Athlete of the Year, Katie Falk, who did some pitching and hitting, defensive plays well last year for Jamestown. Talented player there, Katie Falk. 1-out walk issued by Baker to Maddie Hoff. And that is already the 4th free base that Baker has allowed. Tori Mack 1 for 2 today. She's 7 for 9 all time against Minot. Going back to last year, was 6 for 7 at the plate. 3 runs batted in against the Majettes. Mack, who is a very productive hitter against any opponent, not just Minot. Mack with a near 500 batting average at this point in the season. Has an even count, 1 ball and 1 strike against Hallie Baker. This time Baker misses the zone and falls behind 2-1. Next up for the Blue Jays on the schedule, gotta wait till next week Tuesday as they host Bismarck Legacy before traveling to Watford City on Friday to take on the Wolves. They've spent quite a bit of the recent part of their schedule in non-conference play before playing Mandan. Picked up wins over Fargo North, Central Cass, and Thompson out there in Castleton. That weekend invitational. 3-1 pitch from Baker finds a spot, and the count is now full to Tori Mack.
First game, Chase Burke hit a 2-run homer. Jordan Singleton, solo homer for the Jimmys. Still remember that great catch Burke made last
Mack, ground ball foul off the hands of third base coach Mike Solis.
Burke robbing a Morningside player of a home run, reaching over the right center field fence of Jack Brown.
Sharing a laugh with the Minot High dugout. 3-2 again, 7th pitch of the at-bat. Fly ball going out of play, heads up over there. And we continue this at-bat between Baker and Mack. Take a break to remind you this broadcast on the PSP Network is brought to you by Serve Pro with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology. Specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration, it's Serve Pro. 3-2 again. This one hit more into fair territory, getting a late read on it, but the catch is Sydney Barch out in left field. 2 out in the inning. Hoff stays at first base with McKenna Nold, who's walked twice and was thrown out at third base or caught in a rundown trying to score in the last inning. Got the Blue Jays off to a good start, leading things off in the top of the 4th, but was thrown out ahead of the Blue Jays scoring their second run.
So 4-1 for Jimmy baseball in game 1. Game 2, they had to hang on for a 6-5 victory over Hastings. All of these games, by the way, 7 innings today at Jack Brown Stadium. Next pitch, foul.
Nold takes a nice swing at the 1-0 pitch from Baker. Line drive foul over the Jamestown dugout. Some fans on the right field bleachers there had to be on the lookout and have their head on a swivel. Fans everywhere here catching some good WDA softball on a spectacular weather-wise Thursday afternoon. 1-1 offering from Baker. Nold leaves it high. Well, Nold, who's probably just fine with getting on base with 2 walks, probably wants to put one in play here and start sprinting around the bases. He's got Maddie Hoff at first base. Looking for a spot in the gaps. 3-1 though. It's not looking all that good here for Nold. as there's a walk in play. Instead, ground ball. It does find the gap through the infield. And she'll reach for the third time today, this time on a single through the left side. First and second, and 2 outs for Addison Graves, and it seems like Graves has come up in big-time opportunities for the Blue Jays all throughout this game. And for the third time with runners on base, Graves comes to the plate looking to add to her RBI total that's already climbed to 18 this year. First pitch in the turf. It's blocked by Anderson. The runners look to advance. Instead, they'll retreat back to their initial bases. That's Hoff standing on second base. Nold just reached first on the single. Graves at the plate awaiting the 1-0 from Baker. Ooh, pop fly in foul territory. Anderson takes off the helmet and makes the catch. Blue Jays again leave runners on base, 2 of them in this inning. They lead, though, 2-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Time starting to run out on the Magi.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Jamestown 2, Minot nothing on your BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life is busy. They'll make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. 1 run in the first inning for Jamestown. It was drove in by Tori Mack's RBI double. And then 1 run in the fourth on the RBI by Jordan Michelson. Minot's gotten their share of base runners. It hasn't been as many as the Blue Jays have put on the base pass, but the big difference maker in this game, Minot High has had trouble keeping those runners on base. Ellington Anderson, who stole second in the first inning, the only successful steal for the Majettes. Actually, Barch stole second base in the last inning, but Barch was thrown out at second base and with too big of a lead. That was a play the Majettes would like to forget at this point in the game and just focus on the next at-bats as they try and complete this comeback against McKenna Nold, whose ERA coming into today, 1.67. That's just about as good as it gets in the WDA, if not the best. Pitching a shutout through 4 innings here against Minot High. She'll face Jillian Ackerman, Journey Larson, and Ellington Anderson here in the home half of the 5th. Popped up bunt. It lands, hits her bat, and that's going to stay fair. Addison Graves, the catcher, made a smart play there. It was a pop-up bunt by Ackerman. It bounced on the turf, hit her bat, and you gotta think for Graves there, just waiting for that one to roll foul again and bring Ackerman back to home plate, but instead it just stayed fair. Graves had to pick it up, and that's a bunt single to start out the 5th for Jillian Ackerman. Journey Larson looks to follow up that act. Jillian?
Until 5 years ago when they won the Stanley Cup, and Thor said to me, you know, I was there a lot.
The 0-1 pitch.
0-1 pitch. In his days as a linesman, he means ball 1. He said the people who
Misses outside.
run the NHL must have thought North Dakota and St. Louis were close by as much as he was there. And I watched
Journey Larson batting .415 on the season. 44 plate appearances for the junior outfielder.
1-1 pitch to Journey Larson. Here it comes.
Hopping out of the way of the 1-1 offering from Nold.
You're a linesman in hockey. That's one of the toughest jobs for any official, and it is unbelievable how often they get it right.
Ackerman on first base, ready to run. Larson ready to hit. Wild pitch, Ackerman on the run. She'll stand up into second base, advancing on the wild pitch that gets way over the glove of Addison Graves. Did deflect it a little bit, but had no chance of snagging that one out of the air. Counts 3 balls and 1 strike now to Larson as the Majettes put together an inning to get on the scoreboard. Strike 2.
So another full count. That's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nold with 7 strikeouts in the game. 1 pitch away from another one. Larson waves at strike 3. That is the 8th K of the day for McKenna Nold. First out of the 5th inning. Top of the order coming up now for Minot and Ellington Anderson, who has walked and struck out. But Anderson has battled through long at-bats, got into full counts in both of those plate appearances. Now with the runner in scoring position, but 1 out. Nold delivers, showing bunt. Now stealing third is Ackerman, sliding in safely. Extra cautious at this point in the game after what's transpired for Minot High on the base pass, but Ackerman with the steal. Anderson, who missed the bunt on that last pitch. It is strike 1. They're trying to put one in play again, get a close play at home with Ackerman sprinting down the line. Nold misses the zone. It's blocked by Graves. Reached for it. That was a dangerous play there, as that one very well could have sneaked underneath the glove of Graves, bringing in Ackerman. But instead, everybody stays put on the block. 1-1. Anderson watches ball 2. Anderson patient at the plate. 8 walks on the season, up to 9 after her first plate appearance today. Also boosted her stolen base total to 9 as well. Ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit for Ellington Anderson, and the Majettes are on the board. It's 2-1 in favor of Jamestown. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, RBI single from Ellington Anderson. She's 1 for 2, bringing up Taylor Falcon, who's struck out twice, looking for the same result.
Right where Ellington Anderson put it. And now Taylor Falcon at the bat, representing the go-ahead.
So we talked about it in the last inning. Maybe it just takes 1 for the Majettes. Usually it's just getting on base. But in this situation, they've had base runners, just haven't been able to move them around the base pass until then. Ackerman advances to second on the wild pitch, to third on the steal, and then Anderson drives home that first run of the game for Minot. Anderson still on first after the ball to Falcon. This time Falcon able to put one in play after 2 strikeouts, but it's caught, and that'll lead to the second out of the inning. Brooke Jackson underneath it to make the catch. And now there's 2 retired in this bottom of the 5th.
Was hit by a pitch her last time up. Of course, McKenna, 9 strikeouts today, but she's had 3 15 strikeout games already, including against Fargo North in that 8-inning game.
Barch
First pitch to
watches
Barch,
ball 1. Maybe you see Anderson get running on the base pass here with 2 outs, just trying to be aggressive, trailing 2-1. Barch a foul out and hit by a pitch so far today, and Anderson does run. Tag unable to be applied by Lucy Falk at short. So Anderson, her 2nd stolen base of the game, now up to double-digit stolen bases on the season. Barch hitting from the left side. In the air, shallow left field, in foul territory, but it's caught on the foul line by Tori Mack. Minot's able to get one. They strand one in the inning, but at least they're on the board as we head to the 6th. It's going to be on Hallie Baker to keep throwing a gem here from the Shields complex.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Hallie Baker on for her 6th inning of work. The starting pitcher for Minot. Just the 3rd game in which she's gone into the 6th inning. Both those last 2, one against Beulah in a run rule shortened game, and the other coming against Dickinson, where she didn't have to pitch the 7th inning because the Midgets had the win secured. So technically complete games, but has yet to throw a full 7 yet this season. Baker's first batter she faces in this 6th inning is Lucy Falk. And now Baker gets behind in the count 2-1. Falk has grounded into fielder's choices both times up to the plate. Has reached once. Falk again sees ball 3. As we begin the 6th inning here on the PSP Network, good time to remind you this broadcast high school softball is brought to you by Magic Towing. They bring you the Magic Towing intermission report following game 1, recapping the events from this first game and setting you up for game number 2 before the break. It's a Magic Towing intermission report. Remember their phone number, 701-509-4011. Falk draws the walk. She's on base for the 2nd time. Sophia Bond bats 2nd in the inning. Leadoff batter aboard for the Blue Jays. Bond pulls back the bunt, but it is a strike.
Just don't think 2 runs is enough. I'm sure the Blue Jays don't. It's the 6th inning.
Coach Solis making sure on that last call that even though Bond did pull back the bunt, it was a called strike. Indeed it is, and there was a swing and miss for strike 2. With Falk aboard, Bond at the plate, and Jordan Michelson, who put Jamestown up 2-0 on deck. Bottom of the order has been good for the Blue Jays here in game 1. Pop fly to the shortstop, Avery Lundy. Slides over to her left, a couple hops, and makes the catch. 1 on, 1 out now for Jordan Michelson, going back to that hit in the 4th inning. With a runner on 2nd base, ground ball past the stretched out glove of Avery Lundy and into center field for the RBI single. RBI number 16 for Jordan Michelson. Going the other way now, Michelson. It's going to drop foul. Nearly an extra base hit there for Michelson. He's batting .364 on the year. That one might have had another RBI going along with it, as Falk got a good read off of first base. That one was not going to be caught. It was just a matter of which side of the line it was going to drop on. It ends up foul. Michelson trailing Baker 0-2. This one, short flare to 3rd base, and the snag is made by Jillian Ackerman. 2 in a row retired by Baker, looking to get out of the 6th inning rather unharmed after the leadoff walk to Falk. Avery Graves, the designated player, looks to kickstart things for the Blue Jays again with 2 away.
It'll be the middle of the line-out order in the bottom of the 6th. Ball 1 high and away to Avery.
Baker starts off the count with a ball.
That was her 100th pitch, by the way. 60 strikes. She's thrown 40 balls. 1-0 pitch.
Comes back with a pitch in the zone. Graves takes and fouls off the netting.
Back to the screen off to our right. Now the plane. It's 1-1.
This is it for our broadcast from Minot this week. Down in Bismarck for high school softball tomorrow, as the Bismarck High Demons host the top team in the state by the coaches poll, Dickinson, for another game between top teams in the WDA. Graves has now worked the count to 2-1. Baker winds up and throws, misses again. 3-1 count here to Graves. Leadoff batter Brooke Jackson is on deck. She's struck out her last 2 times up after walking to lead off the game. But it's behind her, that 2 through 5 part in the order that has been so good for the Blue Jays today and all season long. Baker gets the swing and miss from Graves. And now the count is full. Payoff pitch from Baker to try and get out of the inning. Graves, an opportunity to get on base with a walk. Bring up that top of the order. It's in there for strike 3. Baker wins that at bat. Comes all the way back from down 3-1 to strike out Avery Graves. That is strikeout number 3 for Hallie Baker this afternoon. Minot, who scored 1 in the 5th, got to get back on the sticks here in the 6th.
Thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemeen, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemeen, and McBride.
At NCC, Northwest North Dakota is our backyard. The individuals and businesses who rely on NCC's services aren't just our customers. You're our neighbors, our friends, and our families. That's why we're committed to providing the high-quality internet, video, phone, and security systems you need to stay connected with the friendly, local service you deserve. NCC, making connections in Northwest North Dakota.
McKenna Nold, her last outing came against Mandan. 6 innings pitched, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 6 strikeouts to 5 walks, while the numbers are looking better here against Minot through 5 innings as she comes out for the 6th against the middle of the Majettes batting order. Hallie Baker, Avery Lundy, and Isabella Anderson. First pitch to Baker is strike 1. And just 6 strikeouts in that last outing for Nold. She's up to 9 already in this matchup, and big strikeout pitcher came into today with 70 on this season. 45 of them against 3 opponents. 3 separate starts, all 15 strikeout outings. This came against Fargo North, Thompson, and Bismarck Century. Nold has been one of the elite pitchers across the state. There's a Jamestown staff that's got 140 strikeouts on the season combined. Adding in Nold's 9 already this afternoon. 0-2 pitch to Baker. Swing and miss again. Baker retired on strikes for the 2nd time. Double-digit strikeouts again for McKenna Nold for the 4th time this year. Avery Lundy, who is another one of those strikeouts in this game, coming up with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. 10 strikeouts for Nold, just 2 of them have been looking, getting the Majettes hitters to chase, and this is a Minot team that is ready to swing early in the count. They put a lot of good contact on softballs, but Nold using that to her advantage. She's wielded 10 strikeouts in this first 5 1/3 in a matchup that could shift the top of the WDA standings as over the course of 2 games, unless there's a split, Jamestown could move into first place and get sole possession of it by the end of the day, or Minot could stretch their lead a little bit more. Split would keep it at a half game between these 2 teams. Dickinson in action. The Midgets at 6-2, a full game behind Minot coming into today's games. Lundy fouls one off. High end into the parking lot.
On the first base side, now it's 2-2. Losing eye, he'll have a look, but
Dickinson, who isn't in action today, they'll be playing at Bismarck tomorrow on the PSP network. So won't be any movement from the number 3 spot in the standings today, at least. Another foul ball, this time straight back over the fence and into the netting. We had 2 softballs sitting above the home plate bleachers, one of them on your screen, the other just off to the left. Counts 2-2 to Lundy. Lundy a strikeout and a walk already in this game. Watches ball 3 as Graves reaches for it almost on the other side of the left-handed batter's box.
7 full counts now by Noel.
Noel pitching with a 3-2 count.
One on, nobody on. Payoff pitch.
Done it a lot today, and Minot again draws a walk. 10 strikeouts for Noel, and 4 walks. 10 strikeouts, 4 walks for Noel. The second one issued to Avery Lundy. 1 on, 1 out for Isabella Anderson. Anderson's 2 for 2 with 2 singles. She's gotten half of the Majettes hits.
Trying to come back. Down 2-0. They scored a run in the 5th. It's 2-1 Jamestown.
Anderson, who's seen the ball well in this game, obviously. Those 2 singles, again swinging right away. Poke there by Falk, but couldn't make a throw to either base. She was kind of out of position there, not really in a good fielding position, I should say, when she picked up that ground ball from Anderson that was not a slow roller by any means. Falk picked it up, looked to her left to try and get Lundy, the lead runner, at second base. That wasn't there, and was unwilling to throw it across the diamond to try and retire Anderson at first. So Isabella Anderson with 3 singles in the game. This last one, an infield hit to short. Lundy again advances to second base. Gabby Rohr, the next batter, shows bunt, pulls back, ball 1. Noel comes back. The pitch in the zone, dropping below the barrel of Rohr. Lundy took off on the bunt attempt. The tag was just above the back of Avery Lundy. She's going to slide underneath the tag and advances to third base. Anderson, of course, advances to second as well on the throw. And now a circle visit here for Jamestown as they talk a little defensive strategy on how to attack Gabby Rohr here. Gabby Rohr, she's batting .500 over her last near 4 games. He's driven in a couple of runs as well. 6 of them to be exact. 6 RBIs in the last 3.5 games for Gabby Rohr. And there's 2 in scoring position. Tying run at third, Isabella Anderson, who could put the Majettes in front, runs back to second base. Rohr's tried to bunt twice now. The count's 1-1. Blue Jays play corners in. Michelson even further down the line than over at first base. Elizabeth Nyhill. Another bunt attempt from Rohr, fouled off toward the Blue Jays dugout. And now Nold working ahead of the count with 2 strikes here against Gabby Rohr. 1 out in the 6th. Big time at bat. Anderson ready to fly off of second base, but not able to make contact as Gabby Rohr is struck out swinging. 11 strikeouts in the game now for McKenna Nold. Another swinging strikeout retires Rohr for the 3rd time via the swinging 3rd strike. And now there's 2 outs in the inning for Jillian Ackerman. Ackerman, who singled her last time up, struck out the first time, fouled off the end of the bat.
101 pitches now for Noel.
Ackerman on the season, a batting average of .341. She's driven in 15, scored 17. Looking to even those numbers up here with another base hit. Looking for a multi-hit game. She ended up a home run short of the cycle in Game 1 against Minot North on Monday. Last time we saw this Minot High softball team in action on the PSP network.
Can't say anything like, well, it's the bottom of the order. No, everybody in this lineup's tough. Doesn't matter where you are.
Count even from Nold to Ackerman, working through a routine as McKenna Nold throws the ball into the glove, readjusts, spins the ball, and fires another strike. That's part of the routine for McKenna Nold as well. Don't forget about that last part. A swinging strike. Late courtesy runner coming in here for Anderson. It's Cammie Garris. Garris, who's run for Anderson every time, in a little bit later than usual. After Anderson already took second base on that double steal. 2 strikes with 2 outs. Noel looking to get out of this frame unharmed. She will. Strike 3, the 12th of the game for Noel. 3 in the inning alone. Jamestown, their lead survives another scare from the Majettes. We're off to the 7th inning on the PSP network. Don't go anywhere.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
McKenna Nold has been nothing short of impressive, and we expected it from before we even went on the air. It was going to be a pitcher's duel between these two teams, sitting 1 and 2 in the West Region standings as of this Thursday afternoon, and it has been a battle in Game 1 between the Blue Jays of Jamestown High School and the Majettes of Minot High. Blue Jays holding on dearly to a 1-run lead after a 2 runners in scoring position situation in the bottom of the 6th. The Majettes leave them both on base, right where they were. Lundy at third, Garris at second base. That ended the 6th inning. We're on to the 7th now, with Jamestown's leadoff hitter Brooke Jackson leading off yet another inning. And as you would expect for a leadoff hitter, leading off inning for the 4th time this game.
Jackson struck out 3 times in the first game in Mandan on Tuesday and struck out twice here.
Already 2 strikes on the batter, and Jackson waves at strike 3. That's 3 times in a row. Jackson has been retired by strikeouts. Hallie Baker's 4th K of the day. Again, this is the first time Baker this season has pitched into the 7th. Was unable to against Dickinson in a pitcher's duel there on Tuesday through 6 innings of 1-run softball, allowing 5 hits. But Dickinson with a 1-0 lead after the top of the 7th didn't need to come up to bat in the bottom half of the inning for Baker to try and finish out a full complete game. Longest outing of the season for Hallie Baker is already in the book, 6 1/3. Maddie Hoff swings and misses and draws the count even, 1 ball and 1 strike. Minot, no matter what Jamestown does in the top of the 7th inning, they'll bring up Larson, Anderson, and Falcon, the 9-1-2 batters in the lineup. There's a weak fly ball over to third base, caught by Jillian Ackerman. Hoff is retired for just the first time today, even though she's 1 for 2 before that at bat, grounded into fielder's choice, reached base, then singled, was thrown out at second base, and walked. This time the line out to third for the 2nd out of the inning. Baker working quickly, which is really important at this stage in the game. We've seen McKenna Nold work up a lot of long at-bats, putting stress on the pitch count, which is in the triple digits already for Nold. But Hallie Baker has been consistently, over the latter innings, throwing short at-bats, getting the ball put in play or getting the strikeout after just 3 or 4. Here against Tori Mack, leads in the count 0-2. Just like the example. Baker, payoff pitch. That one's going to be inside, too far. Mack 1 for 3.
Sunday afternoon. Then the road trip continues, and what do you know? Chicago with the White Sox for 3 more next week. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
1-2 again. Fly ball to left field. All the way back. Heels on the warning track. Sydney Barch able to make the catch. Hallie Baker, 7 innings of 2-run softball. She's allowed 3 earned runs in her last 2 starts. A total of 13 innings. Caps off to Hallie Baker for her pitching performance. It's now on the batters one final time for Minot in the bottom of the 7th inning as they look to come back from a 2-1 deficit when we return on the PSP Network.
Tundra Month at Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94's exit 161 in Bismarck, Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
Many of our clients come to us already accomplished in their lives and on the right track. However, whether it's in response to a life-changing event or you are nearing retirement, you can sleep well knowing that together we have planned for both life's opportunities and challenges. And no matter what happens, we are here to help guide you.
McKenna Nold has struck out 15 batters in a single game. Not once, not twice, but 3 times this year. She's already up to 12 Ks in this matchup against the number 2 team in the state, Minot High. And with 3 outs left to go, who knows? Nold facing Journey Larson to start out the bottom of the 7th inning. Larson, who has struck out once, she's 0 for 2 with a ground out to the pitcher as well. Fouls off the first pitch of this home half of the 7th. Well, Minot needs 1 to keep this game going. 2 would win it, with 9, 1, and 2 batters due up for the Majettes here in the 7th. That pitch too far inside for Larson's liking, and it's ball 1. Ellington Anderson on deck. A 1 for 2 day for her, a single and a walk, plus a strikeout. Only 2 batters in the Minot lineup haven't struck out against McKenna Nold. One of them is Isabella Anderson, who's 3 for 3. It's going to be a while till Isabella comes back up to the plate. With Larson working at a 2-1 count now as that pitch misses outside from Nold. 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch from the right-handed Nold. Got a check swing. They appeal to first base. She did not go around. Anderson waiting her turn in the on-deck circle. Larson working ahead in the count, 3-1 against Nold. Nold, who has walked a few, but not nearly as many as she struck out.
3-1 to Journey Larson. Nold's pitch.
Line drive off of Nold, off her hip, able to gather and make the play. McKenna Nold stuck with it. Larson with the line drive off the pitcher. Defense comes around to one, congratulate Nold on making the play, but make sure she's all right to finish off this complete game. Nold stays in the game. She's all right. And now going to face the top of the order, Ellington Anderson, for the 4th time.
She's 1 for 2. She's also walked and she's stolen 2 bases.
Anderson, who's gotten on base twice. We start things with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Shows bunt at the off speed. Pulls back for ball 1 just in time. Taylor Falcon's due up next. She's 0 for 3.
Playing in front of the bag anyway, but near the plate when the pitch
Playoff-like intensity here at the Shields Complex here in late April. Anderson puts down the bunt. Roller to the pitcher, Nold. Catch is made just in time to retire Anderson. 2 up, 2 down in the inning, and now it's on Taylor Falcon. 2 strikeouts and a pop out to second base. With the Bismarck State College softball commit, the senior, up with Minot High down to their last out of game 1. Nold winds up and delivers. Ball 1. 6 2/3 for Nold, 12 strikeouts in the game, and working on a 1-2-3 inning to put Jamestown in first place halfway through today's doubleheader. Falcon, patient at the plate. Leaves it alone, it's 2-0. Got your Magic Towing Intermission Report coming up next. Following the conclusion of this game, whether it's now or whether it's after 9. Two balls, no strikes to Taylor Falcon. Make it 3-0. That one's just off. An outside pitch has been there most of the game. This one just a little bit too far.
McKenna's got to feel that every time she turns around the scoreboard, it says ball 3. It's the way it's been in this game.
Well, if Falcon can reach base, it'll be on Sydney Barch. Falcon trying to keep her 11-game hitting streak intact. 0 for 3 so far. Going to square to bunt on the 3-0, but obviously going to pull back there even though it's in the zone. Well, that's another thing to add to the equation here. Falcon, the longest active hitting streak for the Majettes at 11 games. She was the only one to pick up a hit against Dickinson in game 1 of that doubleheader on Tuesday. They were held to 1 hit by Dickinson's starter in a 1-0 loss. Now trying to pick up a win against Jamestown at home. And another game atop the WDA standings. It's a swing and a miss from Falcon, and now it's a full count. Have we seen this a lot today for McKenna Nold? 3-ball, 2-strike counts, especially to Taylor Falcon, who struck out twice. 1 strike away is Nold from getting a win against Minot on the road. On the way, fouled off. We'll do it again. Jamestown 4-1 on the road this season, looking to pick up their 5th win. They have more losses at home than they do away from their home ballpark, Lyle Trapper Field, which will host some postseason tournaments this year. Lyle Trapper Lawrence Field. 7th pitch at the at-bat to Falcon. Another foul ball, heads up down the right field line. Falcon keeping this game going. Barch still waiting in the on-deck circle for her opportunity.
Hear what they're singing in the Minot dugout, and that's what Taylor Falcon is doing.
How about the 8th offering here from Noel, trying to put an end to the 2-1 win for the Blue Jays. Ball 4 in the dirt is blocked by Graves. Falcon heads to first base, so she's reached base now in 12 straight games. The hit streak still up in the air as Sydney Barch looks to extend it. Another circle visit coming from the Blue Jays coaching staff. As the pitch count continues to climb here for Nold, it's over 110. Silence inside the Shields complex. Late in a very, very important WDA softball game, as we've talked about the implications here, and it is still mid-April. We are a ways away from the WDA softball tournament, but getting into first place, the battle for first place between these two teams, which was a split last year, their last 6 games against each other, and even 3 wins for either side. Trying to break even here in game 1. Barch lets it go for ball 1. Falcon on the run. She's going to steal second base. The throw looked to have some good timing there. It was just off the mark as Falcon slides in for the stolen base. That's Falcon's 4th of the year. 1-0 now to Barch, puts it in play to left field, misread, it's off the fence, that's going to tie the game at 2. Here comes Falcon, Barch will stop at second base, and we're going to keep on playing softball here for the Magic City. Tori Mack just stood still over in left field, didn't get a good read on that line drive that went all the way to the base of the fence. One hop off the warning track. Sydney Barch with the RBI makes this a 2-2 ball game. And now the winning run stands on second base as Hallie Baker. What an opportunity this is for Hallie. Her first 7-inning complete game as a pitcher this season. She can now try and pick up the win with the bat in her hands. First pitch strike from Nold. Baker sets up on the right side. Inside pitch, foul ball. Everybody takes some deep breaths here. It's 0-2. Nold, who has struck out 12, has had a premier pitching performance up against Hallie Baker, whose her own pitching performance wasn't anything to scoff at today. Now trying to be the better as the batter, as McKenna Nold has picked up a hit off of Baker at the plate. Baker 0 for 2 with a walk, looking to even the score in that category, but change the score in the winning favor for the Magi, chasing a high strike. Nold picks up her 13th K of the day, but Minot High picks up that tying run. We're heading to extra innings here for the Magic City. Stay tuned on the PSP Network. It just keeps getting better between these two.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
On to the 8th we go. It's extra softball on the PSP Network. We hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. Owen Patterson here on the call for high school softball on the PSP Network, brought to you by Planet Pizza. There's no pizza like it. Call now, 701-852-1700 to place an order. Serving the Magic City for over 25 years, that's Planet Pizza. It's time for extra innings here in Minot. Hallie Baker out for her 8th inning of work as a pitcher, by far her longest outing of the season. Left after pitching the 7th, trailing 2-1. Gets an opportunity to come out to try and get 3 more outs here in extras after Sydney Barch tied the game with an RBI double to left field. Taylor Falcon came in to score from second base. That evened it at 2. Baker, hitting, was unable to bring in that game-winning run. She struck out on a pitch way high out of the zone. Now trying to get some payback here against McKenna Nold, who was the pitcher to Baker on that 13th strikeout of the game for Nold. McKenna has been dominant inside the circle, but how about at the plate? 3 plate appearances and 3 times reaching base. She's 1 for 1 with a single and 2 walks. Has yet to score, though. Scores have been hard to come by in this game. 2-2.
Full count to McKenna, who's already drawn 2 walks in this game.
Scoring summary for Jamestown. They picked up a run in the first and a run in the 4th inning, and since then have been held scoreless by Hallie Baker. Another walk to Nold. She's walked 3 times now. Addison Graves comes up to the plate, and again, you said it every time, this is the 4th time Graves has come up to the plate. All 4 have been with runners on base. Of course, batting behind McKenna Nold has made that possible. Blue Jays trying to make it count. Graves, who's yet to bring in one of those runners, with an opportunity. Nold at first base, fouls off the first pitch. Going back to some things we mentioned in the 7th inning about Baker and her pitching, has kept that pitch count lower in the latter part of this game with some quick at-bats, getting contact and getting quick strikeouts. Here's a fly ball, just foul. Wow, that was dropping in no man's land there behind third base. Ackerman wasn't able to make up the ground going back. Coming in out of left field there was Sydney Bart. She wasn't near catching up to it either, but the Majettes catch a break as that one goes foul. 0-2 count now from Baker to Addison Graves. Baker fires, gets a ground ball. That's through. Hit for Graves. That is her second of the game. 2 for 4 is the Blue Jays catcher. And now we keep going down the line to Lucy Falk. 0 for 2 with a walk. She's reached base once. Also with a foul with the fielder's choice. Mound visit for Gerard Cedarstrom and the Minot High Majettes. We can inform you there is a courtesy runner in the game for Jamestown. That's going to be Bryn Sorensen at first base, running for the Blue Jays. And you think maybe here it could be a pitching change. Baker has been so good, though, but it's the 4th time that the Blue Jays have seen her. Reagan Terrell, who is the reliever for Minot, playing first base, and I think that is the case. We're going to get a Serve Pro pitching change. Reagan Terrell coming in the game for Minot High. We'll introduce you to her after this quick commercial break.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside, accelerates to the 20, 15, 10, 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Hankey, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
Serve Pro pitching change here on the PSP network with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. In for Minot High, coming in from first base is Reagan Terrell. She's thrown in now 11 games on the season, a 2-1 record with 25 1/3 innings pitched, 8 earned runs, and her strikeout to walk ratio absolutely otherworldly. 30 strikeouts to 6 walks for the junior right-hander Reagan Terrell, who's been a reliable reliever for Coach Cedarstrom and the Minot High Majettes, who are in a difficult position here in the top of the 8th inning, as we've got extra inning softball on the PSP network. 2 runners on base and nobody yet retired in the inning. First pitch of the game for Terrell to Lucy Falk is a ball. This one a strike, just a bit more in that zone. It was almost the same spot. Terrell with a count even. Falk fouls it the other way off the top of the Blue Jays dugout. Jays are just joining us. Situation here, top of the 8th inning. McKenna Nold, the pitcher for Jamestown, led off the inning with a walk. Was advanced to second base by Addison Graves on her base hit through the left side of the infield. Graves being courtesy ran for by Bryn Sorensen. Count runs to 3-2. Terrell, we talked about that strikeout to walk ratio of 30-6. There is the strikeout, and Terrell improves that to now more than 5 strikeouts for every walk thrown. Final line for Hallie Baker. She goes 7 innings plus 2 batters faced, in the 8th. She struck out 4, had a bit of a walks problem throughout this game. 3 of them alone issued to McKenna Nold. Other than that, she had 6 walks across the entire Blue Jays lineup on 4 strikeouts, allowing 2 runs on 4 Blue Jays hits, 5 Blue Jays hits. Terrell gets strike 2 to Sophia Bond, who comes up with 2 on and 1 out.
Came back nicely there to get full count. Now 0-2.
Bond swing and a miss. Terrell, who had to throw 6 pitches to Lucy Falk to get the strikeout this time, uses the minimum to retire Sophia Bond. That is the second K of the day for Reagan Terrell, bringing up Jordan Michelson. Michelson, who brought across Jamestown's second run of the game on an RBI single in the 4th inning. Now up with a runner in scoring position in the 8th and 2 away. Terrell winds up and delivers. Foul ball opposite field. Michelson 1 for 3. A base hit and RBI, big time for the Blue Jays. That made it 2-0 at the moment. Minot was able to respond later on with a run, and of course tying things up in the 7th. Another swing and a miss induced by Terrell on the off speed. It's 1-2. Terrell, who comes in to strike people out and mow down the lineup as a reliever, gets a foul ball from Michelson. 32 strikeouts on the year now for Terrell, and 1 strike away from number 33, and getting out of an 8th inning that started off so well for the Blue Jays, getting Nold and Graves on base like they've done so many times this afternoon.
Big chance for Jamestown here. They had 2
the Jays down to their last strike in the 8th, looking to get at least 1 here in extra innings. Outside, ball 1. Michelson holds back and looks at ball 1. Ellington Anderson out in center field, playing well over to left center field after now 3 foul balls have gone the other way off the bat of Michelson, just behind Terrell's pitches. But still making contact and staying in the box is Michelson. Avery Graves is due up next for the Blue Jays. She's 0 for 3. 2 on, 2 out, 2 strikes on the batter. Just misses the outside corner. That was Terrell's spot she was looking for, but not going to get it. Instead, the counts run full to Jordan Michelson. Ground ball foul. Had a lot of backspin on it as it bounced just in front of home plate. Isabella Anderson was unable to field it right there, try and get that out at first. Instead, it spun back very quickly to the backstop. So here we go again. 8th pitch of the at-bat with 2 gone in the 8th. Swing and miss. Reagan Terrell, the reliever, came in to get out of the jam, and she did just that without a single ball being put in play. 3 strikeouts for Terrell in relief, and now the Majettes come up in the bottom of the 8th in a tie game on the PSP Network.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
This broadcast on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Ryan Family Dealerships. With specialized training and technology, nobody knows your vehicle better than the certified techs at Ryan Family Dealerships. No matter what kind of vehicle you own, you can trust your repairs to Ryan. 7.5 innings complete here from the Shields Complex in Minot. We are still even, 2-2, but it hasn't been tied for very long. Minot High, their last time up in the bottom of the 7th, down to their very last out. Sydney Barch with a line drive double over Tori Mack in left field, tied it. Taylor Falcon, who had walked the at-bat previous, also with 2 outs. She came in to score from second base after stealing that second base bag earlier in the at-bat to Barch. Hallie Baker struck out to end the inning. That was the 13th strikeout recorded for McKenna Nold of the game, and now she's out to pitch the 8th inning against batters 5, 6, and 7 for Minot. Avery Lundy, Isabella Anderson, and Gabby Rohr. Nold, whose pitch count is nearing 130 pitches today, misses wild on the first offering to Avery Lundy. Lundy's been walked twice, struck out her first time. Lundy, who really started getting back into a good rhythm over the last 2 weeks, had 14 hits over 9 games, but in the doubleheader against Dickinson 2 days ago, a combined 0 for 7. While she's reached base twice today, 0 for 1. There is the first strike of the inning for McKenna Nold, whose 13 strikeouts in this game ranks as her 4th best performance of the season. Another visit inside the circle here between Addison Graves, the catcher, and pitcher McKenna Nold. Lundy back in the box, ready to go. Nold with the 1-1. That's strike 2. Payoff pitch coming up here from Nold with Anderson on deck. Rohr after that. Rohr has struck out 3 times. 1-2 pitch from Nold. Up and out. So catch the Magic Towing Intermission Report coming up next on the PSP Network. We'll recap this exciting softball game and get you prepared for game 2. Yeah, there's still another one to play between these two talented programs. Another one to the backstop from Nold, losing a bit of control here late in the game. She has walked 2 batters in the last 2 innings, including Taylor Falcon in the 7th, who came around to be the tying scorer. The senior Concordia St. Paul volleyball commit to the senior Bismarck State softball commit, and it's Avery Lundy who wins that long at bat against McKenna Nold with a single. That breaks an 0 for 8 for Avery Lundy and brings up Isabella Anderson, who's been a perfect 3 for 3. Well, you couldn't start the 8th inning in a better part of the lineup for Minot than that 5, 6, and 7 spot. Even though Rohr struck out 3 times, she's been very productive at the plate over her last 4 games. Anderson watches ball 1. Maybe think, just looking at the box score in the dugout there, maybe not even trying to pitch to Anderson. They are pitching around the strike zone. Isabella Anderson has seen the ball well from Nold, has not been retired yet, 3 for 3 with 3 singles. And with Rohr 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts on deck, maybe don't even put one in a hittable place for Anderson to try and move around Lundy on the base pass. 2 ball, no strike pitch. Going against my words, that's a called strike. After Rohr, it's Jillian Ackerman who's 1 for 3 with a hit. And Journey Larson 0 for 3 should we get to that point. Still nobody retired in the 8th inning. 1 batter faced for Nold. Working on Anderson. Hit in the air, shallow. Now going back, and a diving catch was Hoff. It looked from here like that one's just going to die in short center field, but had some carry on it. Maybe surprised Hoff as well, who took a few steps in, then had to retreat and lay out to rob Anderson of her 4th hit of the game. A big first out of the inning for the Blue Jays as now Nold faces off against Gabby Rohr, who's Nold's been perfect against. 1 on, 1 gone for Gabby Rohr.
Lundy on first now with 1 out. That's now out hit Jamestown 7.
Nold's first pitch in the zone and behind the bat of Rohr on the swing. Ackerman due up next. Rohr, the job here, maybe not to drive in that run, but just advance Lundy up into scoring position. That's what worked in the 7th inning for the Majettes. Here's ball 1. Having to get out of her stance and reach it was Addison Graves, the catcher.
Send the 9, 1, and 2 hitters up. Avery Graves, Brooke Jackson, and Maddie Hoff. We're in the bottom of the 8th with a winning run on for Minot in a 2-2 game with 1 out. Lundy on first.
Nold set on the rubber. Winds up and throws 1-1 to Roar. Reaches out for a bunt. Does make contact. That'll bring the count to 1-2. A tough spot here for Roar. Minot High, the defending WDA softball champions. Currently in first place in the West Region standings as we speak. And in an extra inning showdown with second place Jamestown. The pitch from Nold. Roar left it this time. Learned from the last couple of at-bats. And watches ball 2. Count even. Lundy at first. Gets her steps off the base, and she's going to head to second base on the wild pitch. So there is the runner in scoring position for Minot on a pitch that gets away from Nold and behind Graves. Full count to Gabby Roar.
Second wild pitch by Nold. 3-2 to Gabby Roar. Trying to win it.
Holt sets up again inside the circle, delivers strike 3. 14 Ks for McKenna Nold.
And a big second out, but now here comes Julian.
1 out away from finishing off the 8th is McKenna Nold, and who knows how many more innings she's got in this game should we keep adding extra innings, but clearly the objective is to get out of this 8th without Ackerman getting on base. 1 batter minimum here in this inning for Nold. First pitch is outside again, 1-0. Walking that tightrope of another wild pitch that would put Lundy 60 feet closer from scoring that winning run. Think a base hit could win it here for Ackerman, but she's being patient, waiting for her pitch. Not playing hero ball at this moment. Ackerman, who singled in the 4th inning, struck out her other 2 at-bats. 2-0 from Nold. Swing and miss, strike 1.
She was in front of it, and now it's 2-1. A tense one at the Shield Softball Complex, and this is only game 1. We've still got another to go.
Journey Larson stands on deck.
Ackerman.
But it's on Ackerman now.
From McKenna Nold. Here it is. It is high.
Stays high and out of the zone. 3 balls and 1 strike, the count on Ackerman.
Nold has walked 5. She struck out 14.
Nold goes through the routine again, a little bit longer this time. Needs a perfect pitch to Ackerman.
With 2 out and a runner on second. Here comes a 3-1.
The delivery from Nold is low. Ball 4. Ackerman's aboard. First and second, 2 outs, and now it's on Journey Larson to keep this inning going for the Majettes. Graves comes out to talk to her pitcher. With Lundy standing on second, Ackerman at first. Larson 0 for 3 in the game. She's batting .415 on the season with 15 runs batted in 44 at-bats. Top of the order is on deck for Minot and Anderson, but Larson here, a single, yeah, just like Ackerman in the last at-bat, could win it. Wild pitch again. It gets away from Graves, and the runners advance 60 more feet. 2 in scoring position here for Larson. And Lundy stands on third base. That's your winning run in the bottom of the 8th. Nold's got to find the zone here. The control has been out of control in the 8th inning. 1-0 from Nold. Up this time, above the letters, it's 2-0. Larson, there is a free base at first. They'd bring up Anderson with the force out everywhere with 2 outs. It is maybe something to ponder. Lets it go, 3-0. May just be a walk anyway.
Yeah, there is a base open, but you're back to the top of the order. And this is not a bad hitter either. You're back to the top of the order if you put Larson onto the wall.
Larson back of the box, 3-0. Red light here. off the glove. Here comes the winning run, the play at the plate. She is safe. The Majettes win on the wild pitch, the fourth wild pitch of the inning by McKenna Nold, and Lundy crosses home plate, and who would have thought that this game ends on a walk-off wild pitch? Minot High keeps first place, even with the result of Game 2 unknown after a 3-2 victory over Jamestown in Game 1. It took an extra inning. What a fascinating game. We'll break it down and preview Game 2 coming up next in the Magic Towing Intermission Report.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94's exit 161 in Bismarck, Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Welcome back to the Shields Complex in Minot for the Magic Towing Intermission Report. Remember, their phone number is 701-509-4011 whenever you need a tow. That's Magic Towing, no job too big or too small for them, serving Western North Dakota. That phone number one final time, 701-509-4011. What a game. Game 1 turned out to be, just like we predicted in the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. It was going to be a pitcher's duel, and we got nothing short of that. Hallie Baker, the starter for Minot, went 7+ innings, tried to go into the 8th, walked the first batter she faced, McKenna Nold, gave up a base hit to Addison Graves. Coach Gerard Cedarstrom pulled the plug on her start and brought in Reagan Terrell, who sat down the next 3 batters, all on strikeouts to get out of the 8th inning unharmed. Jamestown unable to put up a run in that 8th. Minot in the bottom of the 8th, after tying things in the bottom of the 7th down to their final out, a walk to Taylor Falcon, and then the game-tying double by Sydney Barch. Moving on to that 8th inning that we were recapping. The first pitch of the inning was a wild pitch by McKenna Nold, and the last pitch, a wild pitch by McKenna Nold, as Avery Lundy got on with a leadoff single, followed by an Isabella Anderson fly out to center, a Gabby Rohr strikeout, and again, down to their last out of the game, Minot puts together a walk by Jillian Ackerman, and Journey Larson, a ball 4 to the backstop, bringing in Lundy from third. Your game-winning play, and the game-winning run scored for the Majettes by Lundy. Your final score in 8 innings, Minot High 3, Jamestown 2. And that last inning did not take away from the start that McKenna Nold had today. 7 2/3 innings is how she's going to finish it. 14 strikeouts to 6 walks, allowed 3 runs to come across home plate, and just 6 hits for the Majettes. 3 of them coming from Isabella Anderson in this game. 1 of them an Avery Lundy single in the bottom of the 8th. But that's a look at your recap from game number 1. Jamestown did put up a run in the first inning and the 4th. They were held scoreless since that point by starter Hallie Baker, and then that 1 inning of relief in the 8th. So huge there from Reagan Terrell. 3 strikeouts against 3 batters faced in the 8th inning as Minot High picks up their 13th win of the year. They improved to 13-3, 8-1 the WDA, and even with the result of Game 2 unknown, the Majettes will stay in first place after today's doubleheader against Jamestown, at least for the time being, before they're in action next. All right, let's hand out some awards from game number 1. First, your Sport Clips MVP of the game. Nothing makes you feel like an MVP quite like the MVP experience at Sport Clips. Tonight's Sport Clips MVP, well, it's going to have to be probably the pitcher, Hallie Baker. You know, Isabella Anderson had a 3-for-4 game at the plate, but really didn't bring in any of those big runs for Minot High, not to take away from her performance. It was fantastic at the plate, but Hallie Baker through 7 innings. She was very good against Jamestown, striking out 4, walking 6, only bringing across the 2 runs, got out of trouble when she needed to, and also got some help, of course, from her reliever, Reagan Terrell, in that 8th inning. But your Sport Clips MVP of the game is going to go to Hallie Baker. Some other nominees there: Sydney Barch with the RBI double. She went 1 for 3 in the game at the plate, also made a catch out in left field. You can add in Lundy as well, reaching base 3 times and scoring that winning run, but it's going to go to Hallie Baker, a 7+ inning start, 4 strikeouts, 6 walks, 2 runs allowed on just a couple of hits, but got out a lot of jams to keep Minot High in this game. She kept pushing even though she never pitched with the lead in this game. Final item of business to take care of, the Jobbers move of the game. Tonight's move of the game sponsored by Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers going to move across town or across the country with locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Also find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Well, the Jobbers move of the game, probably going to be that walk-off there, wild pitch, but it's really got to be the 2-out RBI double from Sydney Barch, as Minot looked like they were out of it in the bottom of the 7th inning with 2 outs. Taylor Falcon 0 for 3 in the game, walks to get on base, and down to their final strike, Sydney Barch sends a double on a line to left field over the head of Tori Mack to tie the game. It gave Minot that opportunity in the 8th for Terrell to close it, and the wild pitch to win it in the end for the Majettes. Your Jobbers move of the game going to go to Sydney Barch's game-tying RBI double with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning. That eventually led to the Majettes win to improve to 13-3 on the season. Your final score for the final time in game number 1, Minot High 3, Jamestown 2. The Blue Jays dropped to 10-4, 6-2 in conference play, and have a losing streak of 2 games heading into game 2 of today's action. We'll be back for that in just a few minutes' time. Enjoy the break here on the PSP Network. We'll be back with more high school softball after this commercial break.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale, going on now at Keating Furniture World.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Name it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is...
Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
After a very fun game one between these two teams, Jamestown and Minot High, we've got to play a second game. We'll see how it goes after a energy and emotion-consuming first game of a doubleheader in the WDA. Still a very important game to be played. We got to remember that after Minot High pulls off the comeback win against Jamestown in game one, scoring 3 unanswered, including the walk-off in the bottom of the 8th to pick up a win. But moving our attention to the second game of the day and take a look at the orders and starting lineups for these two squads. First for the Jamestown Blue Jays, batting in the top of the first, Maddie Hoff moves into the leadoff position, followed by Tori Mack, McKenna Nold, and Addison Groves. Then Lucy Falk, Jordan Michelson, and Avery Graves. Everybody moves up one spot as Brooke Jackson takes over in the 9th spot. Elizabeth Nyhill batting 8th and playing right field. For the Minot High Majettes, center fielder Ellington Anderson again leads things off. Not too many changes in the lineup here for game two. Taylor Falcon, Sydney Barch, Hallie Baker, Avery Lundy, and Isabella Anderson still batting 2 through 6. Cami Garris fills in at the 7th spot for Gabby Rohr after an 0-for-4 performance in game number 1. Jillian Ackerman stays at 3rd, batting 8th, and Journey Larson will take her turn behind home plate. Catching 4 starting pitcher Sydney Barch for Minot High. Barch on the season, making her 6th start, a 4-1 record, 25 2/3 innings pitched, and ERA just above 4.6, and 17 earned runs on the year. Just 22 strikeouts to 19 walks for the junior left-handed pitcher Sydney Barch for Minot. Again, facing Maddie Hoff to start out the first inning of game number 2 here on the PSP Network. Thank you for joining us. If you left after game number 1, you might want to get it back here. You know somebody that did. Tell them we've got another good softball game on the way. First pitch is a strike from Sydney Barch to Maddie Hoff. Barch comes back with a pitch in the zone, and Hoff sends it all the way to the left center field fence. It got underneath the glove. It was stretched out by Avery Lundy, the shortstop, and just kept on rolling along the turf all the way to the fence there and straight left center, and that'll be a leadoff double for Maddie Hoff. What a way to start game 2 for Jamestown, a team that started well offensively. They got base runners aboard. They scored 2 runs in the first 4 innings of game number 1, but were unable to move across any more. Innings 5 through 8, including in the top of the 8th inning, extra innings. They got the two leadoff batters aboard, but were set down in order the next 3. There's a foul ball off the bat of Tori Mack. The other way over the Jamestown dugout. 1-1 count here from Barch. Gave up the leadoff double to Hoff, and now a big fly ball, but well foul going over to the field neighboring ours, which is hosting the JV games at the moment between the same schools. I love the ability to do that at a facility like this. 2 turf fields side by side at the Shields Complex. There's the first out of game 2 for Sydney Barch. It's a strikeout of Tori Mack, who had a very nice game 1. Speaking of having a nice game 1, both batting and pitching, McKenna Nold comes up to bat for the first time in game 2. She reached base all 4 times. She came to the plate on 3 walks. Inside the circle, struck out 14, but was dealt the loss after 4 eighth-inning wild pitches came around to finally hurt them in the end, bringing across the walk-off run for Minot High. Now trying to get game 2 started inside the right-handed batter's box is Nold. Sees a strike, and the count's even at 1 apiece. Nold, 3 walks in game 1, brings her season total above her strikeout numbers at the plate. 457 batting average for Nold. She went 1 for 1 in game number 1. Now a 2-1 count on the batter. Again up and out of the zone from Barch. He's behind the count 3-1. Familiar position here for Nold, as we said a number of times already. 3 walks in game number 1. Working on another here in game 2. That is called strike 3. Sorry, that count was 3-2. And Nold is retired via the backwards K. Second K of the day for Sydney Barch. Brings up cleanup hitter Addison Groves, who's batting out the 5th spot. And came up to bat with a runner on base every time in the first game of today's doubleheader. Continues to do so here in game 2. Line drive to Lundy, and makes the catch without too much of a leap, right on a line, right to the glove of the Majettes shortstop Avery Lundy. Blue Jays get the leadoff double from Maddie Hoff, but they're retired in order after that. Minot coming to bat in a tie game.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shots Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shots Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shots Crossroads.
As the Blue Jays take over defensively for the first time in game 2, let's introduce you to their second game starter. Inside the circle, Maddie Hoff, a freshman making her 8th start of the 2024 campaign. A record of 5-1 and an ERA just over 6, but the strikeout to walk ratio numbers just as good and even better than McKenna Knowles was before today. Hoff, 52 strikeouts to 18 walks. That's a ratio of 2.9. Knowles was 2.6 before striking out another 14 earlier this afternoon while walking 6. This is a good pitching staff for Jamestown that on the season, coming into today, 131 strikeouts to 51 walks and 88 hits allowed. That ratio staying intact after game 1. Now Hoff looks to pick up her end of the deal and pitch well against Minot High in game 2 and a much-needed win for Jamestown, trying to snap a 2-game losing streak that goes back to earlier this week against Mandan. They lost the first game against the Braves with an absence of hitting for the Blue Jays. Game 2 was suspended in the 6th, and that'll be completed at some point later on this season. So the losing streak's at 2, following a win streak of 8 for Jamestown. This ties their longest losing streak of the season for the Blue Jays. They look to snap it here in game number 2. Leadoff batter's Ellington Anderson, who squares to bunt, but it goes foul before picked up by third baseman Jordan Michelson. Anderson, who's always looking to bunt out of the leadoff position, sprinting out of the left-handed batter's box. 0-1 pitch to Anderson. That one's too far outside. She's going to leave it. Count even, 1 ball to 1 strike. Jamestown, their 4th loss of the season came earlier today. Again, said that tied their longest losing streak. They were swept by West Fargo Cheyenne earlier in the season in non-conference play. Hadn't lost since, reeled off 8 wins in a row, including 4 conference wins before dropping game 1 to Mandan earlier this week and game 1 here to Minot today. Looking for the split like they did last year. Jamestown lost game 1, won game 2 against the Majettes. Counts run to 3 balls, 1 strike to Ellington Anderson. Starting pitcher Maddie Hoff, who at the plate in the first inning doubled but was stranded there. Anderson will get this bunt down. Oh, that went nowhere, and that'll be a base hit. Ellington Anderson, well, is very good at bunting. That's why she does it so much. The speed's there and the bunting ability as that one traveled, I'd have to say on the StatCast numbers, 2 feet from home plate, and just an impossible throw to make there for Addison Groves as Anderson was hustling down the line for the leadoff hit. Anderson on base for Taylor Falcon, who went 0 for 3 in game number 1, but did walk and score the tying run in the 7th. She's going to have a runner in scoring position after the first pitch as Anderson swipes second base. That's now 11 stolen bases on the season for Ellington Anderson. Takes over the team high. That first pitch was a strike to Falcon. Now going upstairs and getting the chase, and that was the case for a majority of Minot High hitters in game 1, not Falcon in particular, chasing that high pitch from Jamestown pitchers. They're so good at getting the swing and miss. That's why those strikeout numbers are so high. Anderson with a big run off of second base on a ball in the dirt, and the count's 1-2. Anderson will stay at second base. Probably not afraid to try and take third. Payoff pitch here from Hoff, looking for out number 1 in the first. Well up and outside. Count even 2-2. This broadcast on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by Shields of Minot and Bismarck, probably supporting the PSP Network's mission of promoting local athletes. Swing and miss, strike 3. That's the first K of the day for Maddie Hoff inside the circle, gets Falcon swinging. That's the first out of the inning. Sydney Barch is due up next. For Minot, she doubled and brought in Falcon to tie the game at 2. And now comes up for the first time in game 2 here in the first inning. Again with a runner on second base, this time with 1 out. It was a 2-out situation her last time up. Hoff with the delivery. Ground ball to first. Fielded and touching the base is Lucy Falk. And that is out number 1. Sorry, number 2. 2 out in the inning for Hallie Baker. Anderson advanced to third on that ground out to the opposite side of the infield. So heads up base running there from Ellington. And now Baker, first pitch swinging and sending foul out of play. Baker threw a season-high 7 innings in game number 1 as the starting pitcher. Picked up the no decision for the second straight start after she left in a tie game. Reagan Terrell credited with the win in game 1. This one's in fair territory and down for a single and an RBI. Baker going to take off for second base, or at least thought about it. We saw this in the first inning of game 1. She's going to end up safe as the ball was dropped at second base by Brooke Jackson on an out that was nearly handed to the Blue Jays right there, which would have got him out of the first inning, but instead, Hallie Baker is going to be safe at second base as Jackson dropped the ball. 1-0 score on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life is busy. They'll make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Find them online as well at bnc.bank. Majettes up 1-0 over Jamestown. First pitch foul ball from Avery Lundy. Majettes swinging early on in the count here against Maddie Hoff, who has 1 strikeout out of 2 outs recorded. She's allowed 2 hits and 1 run here in the first. Lundy tries to keep it going. There's ball 1 to the senior. But going back to that last play from Baker, base hit to left field, then took a big turn around first base as the throw in went over the cutoff. Trying to advance to second base, which was really eerily similar to what happened in the first inning of the last game, where Baker was walked with a runner at third and tried taking the extra base on a wild pitch, was thrown out, and that ended the inning. There, almost the same situation, but gets away with it. Counts up to 3-1 to Lundy. Runner in scoring position for Lundy. Should she swing? She doesn't, and that is called for strike 2. Full count, 2 out. Hoff sets on the rubber and comes home. Strike 3 swinging, and she gets out of the frame. Minot High gets 1 run to take the lead after 1 complete. Majettes 1, Blue Jays 0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Facing the middle of the Jamestown batting order, Sydney Barch fires ball 1 to Lucy Falk, the first baseman for Jamestown. She started at short in game number 1. First at bat here in game number 2. Big game for Jamestown on their schedule as they look to snap a 2-game losing streak. They have now fallen into a tie in second place with Dickinson in the WDA standings. Dickinson not in action today. They'll be playing Bismarck tomorrow. You can catch that one on the PSP network against the Bismarck Demons. Lundy with a nice play there, reaching out to her left and throwing on to first base. A little bit off balance, but it was a nice play and well made there by Lundy. Jordan Michelson is the next batter with 1 out. Trying to start something in the second for the Blue Jays, who put the first run on the board in game 1 in the opening frame. Added to it in the fourth on a Michelson RBI hit, and then dropped 3 runs in a row. Michelson batting down in an 0-1 count after that foul ball. Hops out of the way of a pitch well inside. 1-1. Michelson, the batter. Avery Groves on deck. Elizabeth Nihill, who we haven't seen bat yet. She was playing defensively for the Blue Jays in game 1. She's in the hole. Should we get there? Ground ball to second base. Taylor Falcon scoops and throws. And that is out number 2 of this second inning. Avery Groves, who moves up 2 spots in the order from number 9 up to number 7 here for game number 2.
Here's Avery Graves, who is now 1 for 10 for the year. First ball hitting, she fouls it.
Foul ball is going to stay in play there. Nearly fell into the Jamestown dugout.
Wanting to get something started with 2 out here on the top of the second inning. Next pitch from Sydney Barch. The lefty missed it inside.
Graves checks her swing. Had a pitch well out of the zone. 1-1. Barch with the pitch. 2 gone in the inning. Up and out.
A little bit high, 2-1. Twins, in case you did not hear, were winners.
Foul ball coming in from the other field, landing on top of the netting, on top of the home plate bleachers.
Eddie Julian hit 2. Eddie Julian now has 7 home runs.
2-2 count here from Barch to Graves.
Talked about them last Sunday over in Thunder. I want to talk about them again.
Barch with the pitch. Ground ball again to Lundy. Middle infield getting a lot of action in the second. 3 ground balls, 3 outs, 1.5 complete here for Minot.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.
Minot High struck for 1 in the bottom of the first inning with the top half of their lineup, and now it's on the bottom half to keep it rolling against Maddie Hoff. Isabella Anderson, Cami Garris, Jillian Ackerman, and then Journey Larson due up for the Majettes. First pitch of the inning is a called strike. Painting the outside corner was Hoff. First inning for Maddie Hoff was up and down. Gave up the leadoff hit to Anderson, followed by a strikeout. Ground out, and then another single. That was an RBI by Hallie Baker, and ended the inning with a strikeout of Avery Lundy. 2 hits, 1 run, 2 Ks for Maddie Hoff in the first inning of work. 1-1 count on the batter, Isabella Anderson, who was picked up 3 hits in game 1 today. 3 for 4 afternoon for the Cedar catcher. Now starting at first base in game 2. Payoff pitch here from Hoff. Here it comes, misses the zone. Well, already 2 strikeouts in the game for Hoff. Talked about her strikeout numbers that Look, not as many as McKenna-Knoll, but the strikeout to walks are at a higher ratio. Hoff up to 54 Ks in her freshman campaign. And she's been tasked with replacing last year's North Dakota Senior Athlete of the Year inside the circle, Katie Falk. That's big shoes to fill for Madeline Hoff as a freshman, but she's done a fantastic job of it with a 5-1 record through 7 starts. That one no decision, a suspended game against Mandan that's still to be made up. Leadoff walk drawn by Isabella Anderson. She's on base once again. What a surprise. And now Cammie Garris gets her first plate appearance of today's doubleheader. Was the pinch runner a few times for Anderson in game 1. Now getting an opportunity with the bat. And watches ball 1. Well, looking at the WDA softball schedule for today and tomorrow as we wrap up another full week of high school sports coverage on the PSP network. Foul ball straight back into the fence.
Yokomoto's now batting for the Jimmies to see what he can do. That plucky second baseman from Japan.
1-1 count. Today's schedule just 3 games in the WDA. Minot North traveling to take on the Williston Coyotes. There's a swing and a miss, strike 2. And Watford City playing out of state against the Sydney Eagles from Montana. Scheduled for a later start, maybe just playing 1 game out there. Third strikeout recorded for Maddie Hoff inside the circle. All of them have been swinging. This time retires Cammie Garris. That 7th spot in the order has been really beneficial for Jamestown pitchers. They've struck out that part in the order now 5 times today. Here comes Jillian Ackerman, not an easy out of the 8th spot. Laser beam down the line, but just foul. If you go back to their last game, Minot Highs against Minot North, well, not their last game, but last broadcast on the PSP network, game 1 against the Sentinels of Minot North, Ackerman ended up with just a home run shy of hitting for the cycle, and it was a very similar play. A well-struck ball down the left field line. It went over the fence there, 210 in the left field corner. However, it was just outside that big orange foul pole there. It's back in the count, 1-1, but a good swing on the first pitch she saw from Maddie Hoff. That's a called strike. That was about at the letters there of Ackerman. So now Hoff, opportunity with the payoff pitch, getting new signs from her catcher Addison Graves. Goes back with the 1-2 to Ackerman. Swings at an inside pitch, having to fend that off after the last call. And a foul ball that's going to end up in the other field. Tomorrow's action in the West Region, 4 games. All of them conference games. Dickinson's at Bismarck High. That'll be on the PSP network. First pitch at 4:30. Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show at 4:15. Turtle Mountains at Bismarck Century. Mandan's at Watford. And Legacy pays a visit to Williston. Reaching for that pitch outside of the zone, but again fending off another foul ball with 2 strikes is Ackerman. Ackerman's now 3 foul balls in this at bat alone.
1-2 again.
Hoff trying to finish this at bat. On this very pitch, going to need another. A foul ball pulled down the third base side.
So Ackerman has had a couple of good hats, but fouled them both off.
Our softball coverage here from Minot on the PSP network picks up again on Tuesday as Minot High hosts Bismarck Century. Minot North is at home on Monday against Mandan. There's a swing and miss for strike 3. 4th K of the day for Maddie Hoff. 2 down in the inning for Journey Larson. Then on Thursday, May the 2nd, we'll have Minot North softball back on the air as they host Bismarck High. And then we're already getting into close to tournament time as there's a ground ball that's going to stay fair runners on the move, and Anderson walks into third base. That's a 2-out double for Journey Larson to keep the inning alive for Minot. First pitch swinging and grounding down the third base side, out of the reach of Jordan Michelson. That was not to the glove side. Michelson unable to slide over there in time, as that was a heater down the foul line. We've got a courtesy runner in for Minot. That's going to be Gabby Rohr, who was the starter in Game 1. Now running for the catcher, Journey Larson. That brings up the top of the order in Ellington Anderson, second time batting here in just the second inning. Our WDA softball coverage wraps up then later on that week and starts the second with Bismarck High and Minot North. And then it concludes on the 14th was the 15th. Yes, there we go. Thursday the 16th, Mandan visits Minot High. That one a postponed game from April 16th. Put that one back on the air on the last day of WDA regular season softball before the tournament gets started, and everybody heads down to Jamestown and Trapper Lawrence Field. 4-pitch walk to Ellington Anderson issued. She's reached base twice now in the game. Catcher Addison Graves wants to talk to her pitcher Maddie Hoff. And now we can introduce you to Taylor Falcon here again in Game 2. She struck out in her first at-bat of the game. Falcon, who's going to be trading the maroon and gold for green and gold next year, playing for the Bismarck State College Mystics in their final year as an NJCAA program, playing junior college at Mondac Athletic Conference before transitioning a year later when she's joined again by her current Minot High teammate, Avery Lundy, with the BSC team as they make their move into the NAIA softball stadium. Another ball thrown by Hoff. 1-0 count. Finds the zone again after 5 in a row that missed, and the count's 1-1. Bases are loaded with Majettes base runners. There's 2 outs. Nowhere to put Taylor Falcon.
The White Sox are where they are in a very bad way. Swung on and missed.
Falcon misses on the 1-1 offering, again chasing up and out of the zone. That's been the one glaring issue here for Minot. But credit to Jamestown's pitching, of course. Payoff pitch, trying to strand the bases, loaded. She does. Swing and miss, strike 3. Maddie Hoff gets 3 outs in the inning, all on the strikeout, and leaves the bases loaded. Minot remains with a one-run lead when we return on the PSP Network.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside, accelerates to the 20, 15, 10, 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Hankey, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
Top of the third begins with Elizabeth Nihill at the plate. First time we get to see her at the plate today. Nihill with 1 extra base hit on the season, a .294 batting average. She's played first base and now right field this afternoon, which is not really afternoon anymore, already past 7:30 in the Central Time Zone.
Here in the top of the 3rd inning,
1 ball, 1 strike count from the pitcher, Sidney Barch. So last year, this series between these teams was a split. Game 1 in favor of Minot High, 12-7. Game 2 in favor of Jamestown, 14-11. That was a pretty wild game, too, as Jamestown scored 12 of the first 13 runs of that game in the first 2 innings alone, which put them up big early on, but couldn't count out the Majettes just yet as they put together 9 runs in the final 3 innings, but it just wasn't enough to overcome that early hurdle as Nihil strikes out. That was the only meeting between these two teams in 2023. It went 1-1 in a split. Both teams went their separate ways after that, with Minot going on to a West Region Championship, beating Dickinson in that WDA title game. First pitch swinging is Brooke Jackson and grounding out to third. Ackerman over to Isabella Anderson, who made the stretch for the second out. Top of the order, Maddie Hoff now, after a quick 2 outs recorded by Sidney Barch. Like the Minot WDA champions a year ago. They'd go out into the State A tournament and meet Dickinson again in that state championship game before losing the State A title game to Dickinson. They each got their championship, one a little bit better than the other in the end. State title banner for Dickinson, region championship for the Majettes. And since then, those two teams have met up 3 times already this season, Minot and Dickinson. Dickinson won the first 2 before game 2 of that doubleheader went in favor of the Majettes, scoring 11 runs and breaking what had been a low-scoring run of games. Maddie Hoff swings and misses at that offering from Barch. Payoff pitch trying to get out of the third. Foul ball off the bat of Hoff and out of play. Quickly about Jamestown's end to last year. Finished with a record of 27-11. And in the postseason, won their state qualifier game over Bismarck after losing the semifinals to Dickinson. Went on to the State A tournament and placed 6th, picking up a win in the consolation round. And then losing in the 5th place game to West Fargo Cheyenne. Count full here to Maddie Hoff. Swing and miss, and that will end the inning. Sidney Barch strikes out 2 in that frame alone. She's up to 4 on the game. We've got another pitcher's duel brewing here in the Magic City. Stick around. More of Game 2 on the way after this commercial break.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shot's Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shot's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shot's Crossroads.
Sidney Barch, the pitcher, is the leadoff hitter for Minot High in the bottom of the 3rd inning, with the Majettes leading 1-0 over Jamestown on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. With locations out North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, BNC National Bank provides with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Sidney Barch providing Minot with a leadoff hit in the 3rd inning. Barch with the base hit, now 1 for 2 in Game 2. Hallie Baker comes up. She's 1 for 1 so far. Well, the 2024 NFL Draft underway. 3 picks already complete. They've all been quarterbacks, and the team that I'm cheering for these days. New England, who is in the news for maybe not even making a pick in the first round. They got their guy, Drake May, out of North Carolina. For those of you that are following softball today on the PSP Network, we thank you a lot for doing that. I'm Owen Patterson here on the call. Say a PSP Network broadcast, they've been at some pretty interesting times this season. We had Bishop Bryan basketball on college football national championship night today. Hopefully you're supporting high school softball rather than the NFL draft from Detroit. Maybe both of them going on at the same time. 2-0 count to Allie Baker. Now the count runs to 3-0. Maddie Hoff for Jamestown. We talked in the second inning about an up and down start to the game, then retired 2 in the second inning via the strikeout following a walk. Then gave up a double to Journey Larson and a walk to Ellington Anderson, but followed that up with a strikeout to Taylor Falcon. So it's been 5 Ks over 6 outs for Maddie Hoff. However, 1 run's come across. The Majettes have struck for 3 hits. Now 4 hits with Sydney Barch's leadoff single to start the inning. Hoff continues to avoid the walk here, coming back in the count against Baker to full. Corner infielders in, middle infielders very deep for the Blue Jays, standing on the edge of the infield turf. Baker ahead of it. Strike 3, that's the 6th K of the day for Maddie Hoff, and we thought 14 was good for McKenna Knoll in game 1. Well, we're on a good pace to see Hoff maybe even break that. She's got 6 through 2 1/3 innings. Lundy will put that in play. A bunt to Hoff, who made a good throw to Falk. That really wasn't the error. It was just the fact that Falk lost the softball. So Lundy reaches on the error on the bunt. That will advance Barch all the way to third base. Runners on the corners now for Isabella Anderson, who's been the most dependable hitter in the Minot High order here in this doubleheader. She's 3 for 4, 3 singles and a walk, as Lundy reaches base on the error. Anderson looking to make the Jays pay with 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd and extend this 1-run lead. Lundy on the run. She will steal second base. 2 on the pond for Isabella Anderson, Minot State University commit. This will be her home field next year as well for the Beavers, who have wrapped up the home portion of their schedule and are headed off to the Northern Sun Conference tournament next, in hopes of making a big splash in the postseason. After having a very, very good first full year under their new head coach, Sal Rodriguez. He was up here with us the other day. Saw one of his commits for next year, Ellington Anderson, hit a home run. Obviously booked today. 2-strike pitch to Anderson. Missed for ball 2. Now both Ellington Anderson and Isabella Anderson, both committed to Minot State to play next year. Obviously big parts of this Minot team. There's no relation between those two players. Count even for Maddie Hoff. In play, foul ball, shallow right field, and misplayed by Brooke Jackson. That'll bring in the second run of the game. Tough break again there for Jamestown. That's back-to-back batters. The Jamestown really could have had retired pretty easily. The first one, Lundy, reaches on the error. Now a circle visit to try and get Jamestown back to sharp focus after that misplay in shallow right field by Brooke Jackson. It's time to update the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Minot High with a 2-run lead over Jamestown at the moment. Anderson on first base. Lundy advances to third. Barch comes in to score. Now Cammie Garris will be the next batter. She's 0 for 1 with a strikeout already here in game 2. No changes made for the Blue Jays there in that visit. Just talking game plan. He had focus after back-to-back errors made defensively. Anderson stands on first base. On the year, she has 5 stolen bases. Garris shows bunt. There goes the runner. Fake throw by Graves. And Lundy will return to third after taking a few steps off. That'll be a stolen base, number 6 on the year for Isabella Anderson. Cami Garris, 385 batting average. She's driven in 7 runs this year. Now laying down the bunt. Runners stay. Oh, well, now they got in a bad position there, as that's going to be an out. Garris was safe at first. So to break that play down, Garris with the bunt beat out the throw, which meant everybody could have been safe, but getting a big lead off of second base was Anderson. I think she expected Lundy to take off on the throw over to first. Lundy instead ran back to third, putting Anderson in a bad position, and she's tagged out at second, so the one out's going to be Anderson trying to return back to that second base bag. The run scores. It's 3-0 Minot. And Cami Garris, who reaches on the bunt, she's alone on the base pass, standing at second, with Jillian Ackerman, the batter.
So it's 3-0 Minot. They've scored twice.
Ackerman sees the 1-0 in the zone. Strike one. 2 runs in the inning for Minot High, and still looking for more. Garrison scoring position. Ackerman this year has driven in 15. Reaches for the bunt. Trying to make the Jays make a play, and they do to end the inning, but not before they allow 2 runs for Minot High, really helped by 2 errors in the field. Majettes lead by 3 as we head to the 4th inning on the PSP Network.
Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale, going on now at Keating Furniture World.
This broadcast of high school softball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Proudly helping the region with their moving and storage needs since 1942. Find them online at rogerwardmovingandstorage.com. To schedule a move or to find a quote, that's Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Also a shout out again to Shields of Minot and Bismarck. They present the Player of the Week each week on the PSP Network social media platforms. Head over to @NetworkPSP on X or Facebook to vote for this week's Player of the Week or even nominate a player for next week's award. Shields of Minot and Bismarck proudly supporting the PSP Network's mission of promoting local athletes. Top of the 4th gets started with Tori Mack at the plate. Mack with a pop fly and tracked down by Taylor Falcon, the second baseman, who caught that one behind the first base bag, tracked it well off the bat of Tori Mack. Mack's now 0 for 2, and that'll bring up McKenna Nold, a strikeout victim in the first inning. Nold 1 for 2 today over the course of 2 games. She's also walked 3 times. Over her head, ducks below the pitch from Sydney Barch as we began the 4th inning. Here from Minot. 1-0 count to Nold. Long foul ball. Heads up. Taking cover there in one of those buildings right in front of the parking lot. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch to McKenna Nold. Just off the plate, 2-1. Jamestown this inning, already saw Mack foul out to second base. Nold up and Graves on deck. Nold ground ball to short. The stretch again by Isabella Anderson, but still able to keep 1 spike on the base, and that'll be the second out of the inning. Nold retired on the 6-3 ground out. Now Addison Graves comes up to try and kick off a 2-out rally for Jamestown. Find themselves in a 3-0 hole. Line drive and snagged out of the air by Jillian Ackerman. Kept her eye on it the whole way there. Who knows? Maybe they were closed when she caught it. But got the glove around the ball, and that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. 1-2-3 inning again for Sydney Barch. That's 3 in a row with 3 up, 3 down for the Minot High starter. Now the bats try and get working again in the bottom of the 4th.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Jersey Mike's slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice, oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice, oh yeah.
Order for Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Following the conclusion of this game, as we're halfway through at least regulation of game number 2 of the Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show. Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. Visit them online at planningteam.com, helping clients work toward financial freedom. And Shots Crossroads is your post-game headquarters, or online at shotscrossroads.com. Their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. That's Shots Crossroads. And Planning Team Financial Advisors bring you the post-game show. I say only through regulation because game 1 today did go longer than the scheduled 7. It went 8 innings. And Minot, it took them that long to take the lead on the walk-off wild pitch. McKenna Nold that picked up the win for Minot High and kept them in first place in the WDA, at least for the remainder of today. Leading off the bottom of the 4th with a base hit was Journey Larson. She'll be courtesy run on the base pass by Gabby Rohr. Now the top of the order up for the 3rd time around, Ellington Anderson. Larson now 2 for 2 with a single and a double. Rohr, who stopped halfway stealing second base, able to make the whole way there and pick up the stolen base. Anderson, who led off the game with one of the better bunts you're going to see. Did not roll at all, just died right off the bat. An infield hit to lead things off in the bottom of the 1st for the Majettes. Wasn't able to score in that inning. Yes, she was. Baker with the RBI. 2-1 count to Anderson, then walked in the 2nd inning.
Another runner in scoring position for this excellent Minot team. 2-1. Foul out of play, left field side. 2-2.
Foul ball outside of fence. 2 balls, 2 strikes from Maddie Hoff to Ellington Anderson. Up and out of the zone. Anderson leaves it, and the counts run full.
Quite a bit off second, and now back in the bag. Twilight time here in Minot with some thin clouds. Temperature around.
Already 2 walks issued by Jamestown starter Maddie Hoff, and now up to 3. There's 21 total walks on the season for Hoff, the freshman. Second walk issued to Ellington Anderson. She's reached base all 3 times. She's come up to the plate. Now Taylor Falcon looks to drive in a run. 0 for 2 with 2 Ks. Won't strike out here as that's a fly ball into left center. It's going to drop. Rohr was held up at second base, but saved by an errant throw. Try and get her out on the force out at third base. Everybody's safe for the Majettes on the the no-out single by Taylor Falcon. Bases loaded now for Sydney Barch. She singled and scored in the last inning.
Really help herself now. She singled to start the third and scored. First pitch from Hoff. Outside ball 1.
Barch watches pitch number 1 cross well outside the zone.
Nicholson has to come in front of the bag at third. Same with Lucy Falk at first.
No place to put Barch here for Maddie Hoff. Got to find the zone. She's already struck out 6 batters. Snagged at short by Nold. They're able to get 1 out. 1 run does score. And Barch will reach base. We're going to get a courtesy runner in. First and third situation for Hallie Baker after the Barch reach on fielder's choice. Falcon the first out of the inning. Courtesy runner in for Minot. That's going to be Reagan Terrell over at first base, running for the pitcher, Sydney Barch. Hallie Baker is the batter and left fielder for the Majettes. She'll bunt and bring in a run. Majettes playing small ball here in game number 2, and it's working to their advantage, a 5-0 lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard after the RBI sac bunt by Hallie Baker. 2-out situation now for Avery Lundy. She reached on an error in the last inning on a bunt attempt that was dropped at first base by Lucy Falk. Watches ball 1. Terrell, the game 1 winner after 1 inning in relief in the 8th inning, struck out 3 batters she faced. Courtesy runner at second base. Hoff brings the count to even 1-1.
Scored 5, stranded 5. 1-1 pitch.
Lundy with the swing and another foul ball. Well, we saw it in the last inning. Minot high bunting with 2 outs. Ackerman ended up being a ground out to first base. Trying to make the Blue Jays make another play here with a 1-2 count. Bounces to home plate. And the count's 2-2. Deuces on the scoreboard here. Hoff pitches to Lundy. Lundy, liner to center field and caught. That'll be the 3rd out of the inning. Violet Bowl with the catch out in center field. Minot High adds another 2 in the bottom of the 4th inning. They lead by 5 as we head to inning number 5 on the PSP Network after this commercial break.
Stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7, pressure, points, yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Heating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale. Going on now at Heating Furniture World.
Serve Pro pitching change here on the PSP network with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. New pitcher in for Minot High is going to be Reagan Terrell. We saw her in game number 1. Pitched a flawless 8th inning as she came in with runners with 2 on base, inherited 2 base runners in the 8th inning. A very important inning for Minot High, of course, in extras. Was able to strike out all 3 batters she faced. She comes in relief of Game 2 starter Sydney Barch. Her final line, 4 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs, and 4 strikeouts for the starter Sydney Barch. Terrell, she comes in for her 12th appearance of the season. She added an inning to her season total already today, up to 26 1/3 innings pitched, 33 strikeouts to 6 walks for the reliable reliever Reagan Terrell. First batter she'll face in Game 2 is Lucy Falk. Ground out to shortstop in the 2nd inning for Falk. Heading the count 1-0. And swinging, fouling back 1-1.
May 9th, our next Blue Jays softball action for you from Trapper Fort and Lawrence Field. Conference game with Kincaid.
Terrell very good at not allowing base runners. 24 hits on the year, 6 walks, has a whip, walks plus hits for innings pitched of 1.18. That is clearly the best on the Minot High staff. Pitch inside, nearly hit Lucy Falk. 3-1. Terrell has started 2 games. She's come into relief of 10 now, including this latest outing inside the circle. Brings the count to full. 3-ball, 2-strike pitch from Reagan Terrell. That's going to be strike 3. Right down the pipe. Another strikeout for Terrell. Her first of this game, 4th of the day. Jordan Michelson 0 for 1. She'll bat. Minot High pitchers have now retired 13 in a row. After the leadoff double by Maddie Hoff, no Blue Jays batters reached base since. Barch had back-to-back 1-2-3 innings, and now it's on Terrell to go the rest of the way. Gets a foul ball from Michelson. Brings the count to 1 ball and 1 strike. Hope you're enjoying this broadcast on the PSP Network, made possible by our great sponsors. Hear from them throughout the day. How about let's hear from Northern Plains Heating and Air once again, sponsoring keys to the game. For 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts and the factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. There's no other choice. Seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. 1-2 pitch, strike 3. Swinging this time. Michelson retired on just a few pitches. Terrell with another strikeout. There's yet to be a ball put in play off of Reagan Terrell yet today. Avery Graves trying to change that and snap 14 straight batters sent down. Whiffs on the first pitch. Going back to those keys to the game, especially for Minot High. Dependable pitching. Well, game 1, Hallie Baker gave him a good 7+ innings. There's a drive by Graves all the way back to the warning track, and the catch is made by Ellington Anderson. More on game 1 and the rest of game 2 coming up next.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go.
Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. you can bank on us.
Banking is some of the most important things in your life, and banking at the right bank is very important. We're really proud of our bank because we have great people, and our people are what make our bank go. We always want to treat our customers right and do the best job we can for them, and try to do things to help make our communities better.
Bottom of the fifth gets started with Minot High sending Isabella Anderson to the plate, followed by Cammie Garris and Jillian Ackerman in the home half of the fifth. We left you in the top of the fifth inning, taking a look at our Northern Plains heating their keys to the game, a look back at them from the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. For Minot High, we were looking for dependable pitching today. Well, we got that in game one. Hallie Baker, 7+ innings pitched, went into extras, did give up did put the first two batters she faced in the eighth inning on the base paths, and then was relieved by Reagan Terrell, who finished out the eighth. But the longest start of the year for Baker, as there's a well-hit ball. That one is off the face of the wall. Anderson went around first base thinking she hit that one over the fence. Instead, sprints into second base, still getting the extra base hit, but Anderson really thought that one was gone off the bat. Anderson with the double. She's now 2 for 2 in game two alone, 5 for 6 on the day. Anderson, who was watching that one fly, she has 1 home run already this year. It wasn't like it was the first one. And now 12 extra base hits for the senior. Cammie Garris sees ball one. Game two, pitching-wise for Minot High, Sydney Barch, as good as you can get. 4 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs, 4 strikeouts. Retired 12 in a row after giving up the leadoff double to Maddie Hoff. That streak has continued with Terrell back inside the circle. Maddie Hoff, the pitcher for Jamestown, started out well, giving up a couple of hits here and there and a run in the first 2 innings, while picking up 6 strikeouts. Well, since the third inning started, just 1 strikeout, and she's given up 4 more runs. Minot High getting used to the Jamestown starter out there, as they are about to complete the 3rd time through the lineup, with Garris batting in the 7th spot. 2 for 2, or sorry, 2 and 2 is the count. From Hoff to Garris. Anderson gets a leadoff second. Garris just off the end of the bat and foul. Try the 2-2 again. Our crowd out in right field near the foul pole continues to grow. You got some 4-legged friends out there as well. Catching some Thursday night softball in the Magic City, and a wonderful day for it. Against Minot North on Monday, combated some big wind gusts, had about a 4-minute rain delay in there as well. We had games postponed the week before, so this is very welcome weather for high school softball here in late April. Wild pitch off the glove of Graves behind home plate. Counts 3-2 as it keeps on rolling almost to the coach's box there. Isabel Anderson will be able to take third on the wild pitch.
Now full count. Cammie Garris. That's 89 pitches now for Maddie Hoff, with nobody out in the bottom of the 5th.
Hoff delivers a walk to Cammie Garris. First 2 on base for the Majettes here in the bottom of the 5th. Runners on the corners for Jillian Ackerman. 0 for 2 in game 2 is the senior. Should be playing collegiate hockey at Minot State. We've got a circle visit here from the Jamestown coaching staff, talking with starting pitcher Maddie Hoff. Again, just a freshman on the season. on her first year with the Blue Jays. She's got a couple of reps a year ago with the program. Talking maybe not so much about specific analytics here between coach and young pitcher, more just encouragement here for Hoff, who has had a few control issues as we've gone on in this game, something that really hasn't been a problem for her this season. We spoke about earlier on, 18 walks to 52 strikeouts, nearly 3 strikeouts for every walk she throws. Well, here in game 2, she picked up a lot of early strikeouts, 6 of them in the first 2 1/3 innings, but since that very point, she's issued 2 walks. Defense hasn't made too many plays behind her either. 2 errors in that big inning that saw Minot strike for 2 runs. And now back inside the circle and throwing ball 1 to Jillian Ackerman, as Ackerman did square around to show bunt, but pulled back rather quickly. Catcher Graves wants time. The signs being picked up there at second base. Now Graves takes a leadership role here and calling in the infield, talking game plan this time around for the Blue Jays. Good time to remind you that this broadcast on the PSP Network is brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. For 50 years, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com or visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. That's Ryan Family Dealerships, proud sponsors of the PSP Network and our broadcasts of high school sports, promoting local athletes. Count still 1-0 to Jillian Ackerman as everybody returns to their spots defensively for Jamestown, and Ackerman comes back into the box. And we're ready to play again. Ackerman again looking to bunt. All the way down the line was Michelson. She's been ready there the whole game. I think that's been the spot she's been in all day long. 4 steps inside of third base towards home. Again charging in on the bunt. It's in the air and caught. Garris able to get back to second base as Hoff dove for it. And that's a big play for her. We just talked about maybe that encouragement, the circle visit, trying to get her back in the right mindset and have confidence as a pitcher. Well, how about making a web gem play right there? Maddie Hoff picks up the first out of the 5th inning. There's still 2 in scoring position for Journey Larson, who's 2 for 2 with a double and single. At the numbers, that's ball 1.
Hoff already near 100 pitches. One ball, no strikes. Next one's coming.
Same height, more towards the middle, but still a ball.
Take there by Larson, 2-0.
Count 2-0. Hoff to Larson. That'll be ball 3, 3 in a row thrown. Well, Hoff now got to work from way behind the batter. First base is empty. It wouldn't bring in a run with a walk, but it wouldn't be all that great either. That's going to be a called strike. Larson stays in the box here, 3-1 after the called strike. Hoff trying to come all the way back still. Instead, gives up a long drive to left center field, giving chase, or the outfielder's unable to grab it. 2 runs are in easy. That's going to be a bases clearing extra base hit for Journey Larson. She is 3 for 3 in game number 2. 7-0 lead for Minot High on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life is busy. They'll make manage your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. You can also find BNC Bank online today at bnc.bank. Larson with her 3rd hit, her 2nd extra base hit of the game, drives in 2 runs. Journey Larson now with 17 RBIs this year and 7 extra base hits. She's batting a little bit over .415 at the moment. Ellington Anderson, leadoff batter, up for the 4th time. She's reached base 3 times as well. Wild pitch. And Larson's on her way to third. Journey Larson 60 feet away from scoring the 8th run.
Not getting any prettier for Jamestown.
Anderson walked her last 2 times up, started out with a bunt single.
Bunt single and 2 walks for Anderson in this game. She scored twice.
Anderson watches ball 2. And Hoff just got to find the zone here. He can't afford any walks at this point. Let your defense try and make a play. They've committed 2 errors in the field. They all came back-to-back in that 3rd inning. Other than that, Jamestown's been clean defensively. Minot without an error committed all day.
All 3 again, and there was the 101st pitch by Maddie Hall. And there's 1 out in the last of the 5th inning.
3 balls and no strikes to Ellington Anderson. Anderson with a red light on with a 7-run lead in the 5th. Well ahead in the count. In there for strike 1.
Takes a strike on the outside corner. 3-1.
Taylor Falcon is waiting on deck.
The first game, but Minot is making sure this one isn't in game 2. 3-1 pitch.
Reaching for a pitch in the outer half is Anderson. The count has gotten back to full. Hoff a strike away from picking up her 7th K.
Cedarstrom's in the first base coaching box with some words for Anderson. She's back in there.
Again, middle infielders playing on the edge of the infield turf. Anderson fouled the other way.
Going the other way, it's foul on the...
That's 6 pitches in this at-bat. Anderson's worked a lot of long at-bats today. He's won a lot of them. Obviously, in this game alone, 2 walks, a walk and a single in game 1. There's 1 for 3. Nice day for Ellington Anderson, looking to keep it going here with a 3-2 for Maddie Hoff. Again foul.
Third base up.
And we'll try the 8th pitch of this at-bat. Remember, coming up following this game, Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads post-game show on the PSP Network. Hand out some awards again. Sport Clips MVP. Jobbers move of the game. There's a walk to Ellington Anderson. She's gotten on base now 4 times, scored twice. Runners on the corners for Taylor Falcon, who had her 11-game hitting streak snapped in game number 1. She was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts and a walk. That was the longest active streak on the Majettes team, after being the only one to pick up a hit against Dickinson. But the on-base streak continues for Falcon. She picked up a hit here in game 2. Falcon with a fly ball. Similar spot as it was hit last time, but this catch is made. Tagging and scoring is Journey Larson.
Good hustle there by Gabby on the bases. So it's a sacrifice fly by
Larson was courtesy ran there. Minot and Gabby Rower was running for Minot, and she's going to score in Larson's place. Falcon with the sac fly. 2 out in the inning, 8-run lead for the Majettes.
Reagan Terrell is at the bat.
First pitch to the new pitcher, Reagan Terrell, getting an at-bat. Sees ball 1.
She came in relief of Sydney Barch.
Reagan Terrell trying to have as much success, or at least try to have as much success at the plate as she's had inside the circle. Runner goes, and she's thrown out. I think Anderson saying the tag wasn't even applied. It looked kind of off of Anderson. She tried sliding around it. Instead, she's caught stealing one of the very few times that Ellington Anderson's thrown out on the base pass. Inning concludes with Minot High extending their lead a bit more. It's now 8-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
I can't believe I wrecked my car. There are some things in life we can't control. But what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
What is performance? It's strategy, conditioning, precision, anticipating the unexpected, and executing. For some, it may be just a game, but in this field, there is no playing around. you need to give it your all. You need to give it the max. Ag Vision Max by Farmer's Choice. An all-in-one playbook for growers developed by agronomists specific to your goals. It's a precise guide to maximize your field's performance. Ag Vision Max.
Sixth inning on the way here on the PSP Network. Brought to you by Minot State. For the 96% of recent Minot State grads employed or continuing their education, MSU grads get jobs, period. Be seen, be heard, be you at MSU. Reagan Terrell back out for a second inning of relief. First pitch strike to Elizabeth Nyhill. Nyhill struck out in the third inning. And now swings and misses for strike two. Here to start out the sixth. Terrell set down the Blue Jays 1-2-3 in the fifth inning. She's faced 6 batters today. Nobody has reached. Nyhill makes contact with the 1-2 offering. It's a foul ball, and she'll stay in the box. It's the end of the Blue Jays order here in the sixth inning. There's been 15 in a row retired by Minot High pitchers ever since Maddie Hoff got the leadoff double to start out this game.
Trying to avoid a third straight defeat.
2-2 to Nyhill. Swing and miss, strike three. How about another strikeout for Reagan Terrell? Brooke Jackson, the next batter for Jamestown. Jackson 0 for 1 with the ground out to third. Minot High has put together a very good game, too. We spoke about it before this game began, about how intense that game one was, with Minot High coming from behind and winning 3-2. It didn't always look that way. They were in it the entire game, but Jamestown just had that lead ahead from the very beginning, scoring one in the top of the first. You never knew when the Majettes would finally get that one run across. They did, middle of the game, and then again tied it down to their last out in the seventh, and then eventually the walk-off in the eighth. You didn't know how these two teams would respond in game two. Would Jamestown come out a little bit slow? Would they make a couple errors in the field? Well, that's happened, but Jamestown hasn't played too poor of a game. Minot High's come out with a lot more fire, especially from their pitching staff. 16 in a row retired.
Next delivery. Inside and low 2-2.
Jackson watches ball two.
Chance to see them at Trapper Lawrence Field against Bismarck Legacy in a doubleheader Tuesday.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Brooke Jackson. Payoff pitch and another strikeout. Reagan Terrell is dealing today.
8 Blue Jays have now struck out. 2 down in the sixth.
Maddie Hoff is the next batter. 4th K of the day for Terrell, at least in game 2, or 7th total.
First pitch, high ball 1.
Ball 1 to Maddie Hoff.
Reaches back and front. She doesn't go with many changeups. She brings a lot of
Jamestown did have quite the big comeback in their last win, which came against Fargo North out in Castleton. They beat the Spartans 5-2 on a walk-off 3-run home run by Addison Graves. They were trailing the Spartans. It was Graves that drove in 4 of their 5 runs, and with one swing of the bat.
And she's ahead 1-2 to Hoff here. Here it comes. High and outside 2-2.
There's ball 2 from Terrell.
She's just playing catch with
So the comeback not out of the question for Jamestown. They're a team that's won a lot of close games over the last years and been in a lot of competitive games. And Terrell retires the side on strikeouts. Reagan Terrell keeps on dealing today here in Minot. Minot High, with a few runs, can make this one interesting in the 6th.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94 is exit 161 in Bismarck. Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
Couple defensive substitutions for Jamestown over the half inning. Bryn Sorensen takes over at second base, while out in right field is going to be Marissa Moltzen. As we get to the later part of game 2 in this WDA doubleheader, Majettes looking for the sweep after picking up the game 1 win in extras 3-2. They have an 8-0 lead at the moment on the BNC National Bank scoreboard with Reagan Terrell back up to hit. She was at bat when Ellington Anderson got thrown out to end the bottom of the 5th. Terrell puts down a bunt, first base side. Having trouble picking it up was Hoff, and that'll be a leadoff hit for Reagan Terrell. Allie Baker looking to follow that up. Terrell, who's been so good inside the circle. She's faced 9 batters over the course of today, 8 strikeouts. Courtesy runner coming in for Minot, for the pitcher Terrell. It's going to be Kennedy Erdman. And those substitutions for Jamestown we talked about. Sorensen in at second base for Brooke Jackson, and Moltzen in right field, replacing Elizabeth Nihill. Nobody out but one on base for the Majettes here in the home half of the 6th inning. Hallie Baker, 1 for 2, single strikeout and an RBI sac bunt. Down the middle, Baker saw it but pops it up in the air. Going back is the shortstop, Nolt, and that'll be the first out of the inning. Now 1 on and 1 out situation for Avery Lundy. Lundy's reached base once, but is 0 for 3. In the dirt. 1-1. Hoff well over 100 pitches already in this game. She's thrown 5 1/3. She broke the century mark pitch-wise in the 5th inning. Looking for another good play. The defense behind her. Long foul ball traveling into the parking lot and out of play.
7th inning for Jamestown will be Tori Mack, McKenna Knoll, Addie Graves, 2, 3, 4 hitters in the order. Unless Minot scores for us.
Lundy awaiting the 1-2 pitch from Hoff. Slow roller to short, and no play there for McKenna Nold. Wasn't able to charge it, had to get around the ball. Made the fundamental play, but no throw to try and get either the pinch runner out at second base, or 2, Lundy at first. So everybody's safe for the Majettes after that play. Infield hit by Avery Lundy. Isabella Anderson out to the plate. Wow, she had a day. 5 hits over 2 games. First pitch is a ball from Hoff. Second one is a foul ball from Anderson. Well, the run that could end this game right where we are in the 6th inning is on first base, Lundy, with the run rule nearly in effect. And the letters, that's ball 2. Anderson patient at the plate. He's been selective on the pitches he wants to swing at, but has really been good at finding the gaps in the defense. Now, over 5 hits, 4 of them have been singles, just base hit after base hit after base hit. And in game 1, that's really what Minot needed. The only problem was he couldn't move him around. Base pass it to the very end. Here in game 2, Anderson has been really important in the middle of big innings, scoring innings for the Majettes. And right there she is with a 6th hit of the day. Back-to-back 3-hit games for Isabella Anderson. She's got an RBI as well on this at-bat, making it 9-0, and that winning run by the run rule is on second base. In scoring position for Cami Garris, who has a single already in game 2. 1 out in the 6th. 9-0 lead for the Majettes on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Maddie Hoff deals with the 0-1 count in her favor. Misses for ball 1. Remember, our next high school softball coverage on the PSP Network is tomorrow. Bismarck crew back at it. Bismarck High Demons host Dickinson, the #1 team in the latest coaches poll. Dickinson, Minot High, and Jamestown, the 3 teams receiving first place votes. Jamestown actually got more first place votes than Minot High did. However, they're 2 spots behind the Majettes in the rankings. Pretty crazy how that works. Foul ball off the bat of Garris, pulled it hard down the line. Jamestown was in the preseason poll ranked 9th. They moved up 5 spots, #4, with some big-time offensive performances. They did drop 2 games to West Fargo Cheyenne, who's well up in the rankings. Cheyenne, they also already made a trip here to Minot. We saw them earlier this season pick up 2 wins over North and drop a lone game to Minot High. 2-2 to Cami Garris. 1 out, bottom of the 6th, 9-0 lead for the Majettes. Garris watches strike 3. That was a nice location pitch from Maddie Hoff. 2 away for Jillian Ackerman. And Minot High, they probably just thinking end it right here. Ackerman with a base hit. Lundy's going to be running on contact.
Boy, what a good play Hoff made in the bottom of the 5th when Ackerman tried to bunt, dove to catch that pop-up.
Ackerman first pitch swinging and missing behind the count 0-1. Hoff looking to complete the 6th and get Jamestown up to bat in the 7th. Ackerman would agree that was an ugly swing.
Ackerman was swinging early. She's down on the count now, strike 2.
Put away pitch coming up from Hoff. What's it going to be?
Twirls that ball, has it in the glove. Now fires.
Gets very slight contact on a foul ball.
Jordan Michelson still 0-2.
Count remains 0-2, but it's the 4th pitch of the at-bat. Off right foot on the rubber will wind up and deliver home high, but it is grabbed by Graves. We saw game 1 and on a wild pitch. That one nearly put 2 in scoring position, and that final run 60 feet from scoring. It was Lundy that scored that walk-off run in the 8th inning. Lundy's on second base. Ackerman, fly ball. It does not have the distance. It'll be caught by Mack in left field, so we will play a 7th here from Minot. Jamestown going to need 9 against Reagan Terrell.
Changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
Last chance for the Blue Jays here in this doubleheader, trying to pick up one win in their trip to Minot. They're going to need 9 runs to send it to extras, or at least bring Minot high up to bat in the bottom of the 7th inning. But it is going to be the top/middle of the order for Jamestown here in the 7th. Torrey Mack, one of their more reliable hitters, batting well over 400 this season. Mack batting at 457 mark before today. Then McKenna Nold came up big, just getting on base in game number 1. Followed by Addison Graves, who has the highest average on the team at 581 and 18 RBIs. Ground ball past Reagan Terrell, and that puts an end to 18 consecutive batters retired by Minot High pitchers. That's the first base runner to reach against Terrell today. And that will start the rally. You got to believe if you're a Jamestown fan. Runner on base. McKenna Nold 0 for 2. At the dish. And watches strike 1. Way high. I haven't seen too many wild pitches, if any, I can remember from Minot High today. Their pitchers, they've worked around the zone, but it hasn't been wild. As there's one that was saved by Journey Larson as you just stopped talking. McKenna Nold ahead in the count, 2-1. Nold will swing and miss. That is strike 2. Well, 8 out of 9 batters that Reagan Terrell has retired, and even 8 of the 10 she's faced have been retired on strikeouts. There's ball 3. Count full to Nold. Terrell gets the sign. Back to the rubber. Throws home. Called strike 3. 1 on, 1 out now for Addison Graves. 581 batting average, 6 extra base hits, 18 runs batted in for Graves this season. Ball 1 lone inside.
That's 10 strikeouts in this game for Minot pitching. Next pitch. Swung on and missed, 1-1.
Count to 1-1.
That's 6 now for Terrell. Next pitch. Fly ball foul.
Contacted, but fly ball foul.
Every time the Blue Jays turn around, there's 2 strikes on a hit.
Outfield back for the Majettes, except for right field. Infield also playing pretty deep, as there's a fly ball center field. 2 steps back and then running in after making the read was Ellington Anderson. 2 gone in the 7th, 1 final out for the Majettes to make. It'll be Lucy Falk who will try and keep this rally going for Jamestown and try and break the shutout too. Missing on the first strike was Falk.
Upset when Terrell doesn't have a strikeout. At least it's been that way today. Strike one to Falk. Swing and a miss.
Again behind it. Terrell 1 strike away. She struck out 9 total today. Make it 10 over 2 appearances. Reagan Terrell slams the door in the 7th inning. Minot High gets the doubleheader sweep over Jamestown. We'll be back to wrap it up in our planning team financial advisors. Shots Crossroads postgame show coming up next on the PSP Network.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I picked Carson Wentz. I picked Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team, like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Final score in game number 2, Minot High 9, Jamestown 0. It wasn't in as much nail-biting fashion as game 1 was, but it is a doubleheader sweep for the Majettes. They improved to 9-1 in WDA play, 14-3 overall. They pick up their 3rd win consecutively in a big homestand against Jamestown in a battle of top 4 teams in the state and top 2 teams in the West region. Minot High takes both of them. Let's take a look at how game 2 went down. Well, starting pitcher for Minot High, Sydney Barch, took to the circle and gave up a leadoff double to Maddie Hoff, but the rest of her outing, nobody was able to reach base. She retired 12 in a row, set down 3 consecutive 1-2-3 innings, and of course retired the side in the first inning after the double to Maddie Hoff. She had an impressive start to this game. 4 innings, 4 strikeouts, 1 hit, and no earned runs for Sydney Barch inside the circle. The offense for Minot High picked up early on rather than how it was in game 1. Ellington Anderson with a bunt single. She would have come around to score on Hallie Baker's RBI. That made it 1-0 Majettes in the first inning. The second inning, they got back on the sticks, unable to bring home a run, but still runners on base, working up the pitch count for Jamestown starter Maddie Hoff, who went the full 6 innings, giving up 9 runs to the Majettes. The third inning is where the trouble really started building for Hoff. Gave up a leadoff single to Sydney Barch. She would come around to score. The defense didn't really help at all either, as Avery Lundy reached on an error dropped at first base. Isabel Anderson, the next batter, reached on a dropped pop fly. Cammie Garris followed that up with a base hit. That brought in a run. Journey Larson with an RBI. Ellington Anderson walked and scored in a big-time inning for Minot High. They would improve their lead up to 5-0. And then Reagan Terrell came into the game in relief in the 5th. 1-2-3 there, 1-2-3 in the next inning. gave up a hit to Tori Mack to start out the 7th, and then struck out 2 of the next 3 to finish the day. 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 0 earned runs, and 7 Ks, but that was just in Game 2 for Reagan Terrell. Going back to Game 1, she pitched 3 outs in the 8th, all strikeouts, 10 Ks over 4 innings for Reagan Terrell. What a day inside the circle for the Minot High reliever, but there was still more runs to get to for Minot High. They would score in the 5th and 6th as well. Journey Larson, a 3-for-3 day at the plate, 2 extra base hits, and 2 runs scored. Reagan Terrell, even not only a stellar day pitching, but also at the plate. She went 1-for-1 as a pinch hitter or as a replacement for Sydney Barch in the batting order. She would get a single and score in the 6th to make this 9-0 Minot High, and that would end up being your final score. For the final time, Minot High 9, Jamestown nothing in Game 2. It was a Game 1 walk-off winner for the Majettes, 3-2 in 8 innings. Let's hand out our final awards of the day. The Sport Clips MVP of Game number 2. Well, I feel bad enough for not giving it to Isabella Anderson in Game 1 after going 3-for-4. I gave it to Hallie Baker because she stepped it up again in Game 3, going 3-for-3 with a walk as well, but Reagan Terrell was really the star of the show there. Over the course of today's 2 games, 2 appearances, 4 innings pitched, 10 strikeouts. Give Anderson her credit as well for going 6-for-7 today at the plate, but Reagan Terrell, you cannot deny 10 strikeouts over 4 innings in relief. She is your Sport Clips MVP of Game number 2. And finally, the Jobbers move of the game. Well, it was just a lot of nice hitting everywhere throughout the lineup for Minot High. Maybe Jobbers move of the game. I'm going to give it to Jamestown's Maddie Hoff. The diving bunt catch. It was in the middle of that wild 4th inning for Minot High. A big out for her to get. Obviously, the response after that did get better and better as the outing went on. But Maddie Hoff, when she needed to make a good play, she did. That's going to be your Jobbers move of the game in Game number 2. They focus on the details of the process without ever losing sight of the big picture. Their efficient step-by-step approach to move management keeps everyone on the same page, with locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. You can also find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Reagan Terrell and Maddie Hoff taking home your post-game awards as our planning team financial advisors. Shots Crossroads post-game show comes to a close here for Game 2 of high school softball from Minot. We knew they'd be entertaining, and they absolutely were. Minot High with a walk-off win in Game 1 by a final score of 3-2, a comeback effort to take down 4th ranked in the state, Jamestown. And then in Game 2, a dominant performance by the pitching staff. 9-0 win in the 2-hit shutout by Minot High. They take both from the Blue Jays today at home. They will be in action next on the road. Minot High at home against Bismarck Century on Tuesday. That'll be on the PSP Network Tuesday, April 30th. And then at home again against Turtle Mountain on Friday. So the homestand continues for the Magi. Jamestown will be back at home on Tuesday against Bismarck Legacy before traveling to Watford City on Friday. The Majettes improved their record this season to 14-3 overall, 9-1 in conference play. They're winners of their last 3 games. Jamestown drops to 10-5, 6-3 in the WDA, now a half game back of Dickinson in second place. Dickinson plays 2 games tomorrow on the PSP Network against Bismarck High. The Blue Jays have dropped 3 in a row and fall to 4-3 away from Lyle Trapper Lawrence Field there in Jamestown. Well, that does it for our broadcast of high school softball on the PSP Network. We thank you, as always, for joining us. I'm Owen Patterson. Happy to be on the call for 2 games today. Hope to see you next week on Tuesday for some baseball and softball. We've got doubleheader coverage on the PSP Network. The Magi are at home at Corbett and Shields Complex on Tuesday. Nick Hulbring and I will be splitting up the action then. You can also catch PSP Network tomorrow on Friday for high school softball again. Bismarck High and Dickinson. Until then, hope you enjoyed today's show, and we hope to see you again later on in the PSP Network. And until then, I'm Owen Patterson saying good night, everybody.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shaw's Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shaw's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shaw's Crossroads.